You have been killing Biafrans. Evildoer, something is waiting for you. Elohim is seeing you, and your evil will backfire in a short while. Precious Father, we bless you because there's no God like you. Thank you, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, the creator of the heavens and the earth. Thank you for a day like this. Thank you because we have converged on this holy platform to worship only you, true God. Now, as we deliberate, as we go into today's discourse, we want to see your light. Let your light shine through our darkness. And let the children of iniquity in the zoo, let them see light, so that you will not destroy them in your anger. Because the hour of their destruction is drawing close. I'm praying that you draw their ear and allow them to see light. And may you not destroy them. May you take us to that holy land. Thank you because you have decided to help us. Thank you because your light is shining through our darkness. And thank you because we are going home. We appreciate, we bless your name. In the name of Chukwuka Kabiyama. He said, the voice you're hearing is that of Mazi Jesse Ayonyoko. Mazi Jesse Ayonyoko is a Biafran socio-political thinker, a trained philosopher and ontologist, a public speaker, an activist, a preacher, and above all, a freedom fighter. When a divine mandate has assisted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to liberate the children of Chukwuka Kabiyama and Africa at large. So I appreciate and welcome all of you tonight. I'm dealing with a very serious topic, very serious subject. I have in the studio my colleagues, 3 of them from Senegal, Burkina Faso, and Liberia. So you guys, you're welcome. I will come to you at the end of this discourse. We have a very serious task in front of us, and the time, I pray that Elohim will help us to do justice to this time. So I'm discussing neocolonialism versus decolonization. So before we talk about neocolonialism, we need to ask ourselves, what is colonialism? Colonialism is foreign mechanism of retaining slaves, a subtle and invisible old chains of mental manipulation and economic subjugation and sabotage employed by the West to replace the once popular cross-Atlantic slave trade. So as a teacher, I'm going to show you there's a progression from slavery. It moves to where we are, to this hour, this postmodernism. So this evil has been moving, but it has to come to an end. That evil flow, that satanic flow that kept Africa down for generations, our generation has an answer to it. I tell you honestly. We have come, the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu generation has come that humanity might be free, those that are still in chains. That's the only reason why that man came to life. Many of you don't know. Many of you who are so poetic, you're taking, some of you who are so backward, you think you hold him that you have held freedom. No. He has sown the seed, and the seed has germinated. I told you last time that what is happening now is fruitfulness of an ideology. This is the harvest time of that ideological expose that he began some 10 years ago. It doesn't matter where he is right now. What matters is the fruit of the activities he undertook. I told you last time that more will happen, and more will still happen. More of the despotic, evil, colonial cage leaders and stooge moles will go down. But the new generation of revolutionaries to take over and reposition Africa for growth. Africa has been down for too long. Slavery lasted for 100 years. After slavery, we enter into colonialism. We lasted for another 100 years. Colonialism ended in 1914 when the British smartly put up a company, the Royal Niger Company, that is known today as Unilever PLC, listed in London Stock Exchange. So what we call your country is a business firm, somebody's business that was sold by Gaudi to British government purely for exploitative purposes, nothing less. Nigeria was not designed to develop like any other society. Nigeria was not designed to grow. That is why the British gave you all the wrong things. Everything you see in Nigeria today. I don't blame Nigerians too much. Please, don't get me wrong. When I see the way the ones they handed over power to behave, I really don't blame them because they are playing the script that their master gave them. And that script is make sure they don't develop. As long as they are poor and hungry, they will always come to us for aid, for coins, from what we are stealing from them. But the end has come. Before I proceed, dear friends, it's an announcement, it's an advice. Please, start going home little by little so they don't need to rush to carry too many things. We're going home soon. The moment the Directorate of State gives the order, and that's final, there'll be no room for negotiations. Elohim has heard our prayers. That's all I can tell you tonight. So get ready to go home. Nigeria has last minute chance. Oh, that's the way they talk. It will do them for I like it will do them vam. That's the way you put it. Okay, may have vam nanya. Within a trickle of an eye is over. Power, way past power, is in charge of the world now. If you're not aware there's a new world order, then you're still living in 100 years back. America has lost power. They're no more the captain of the world. A new power has emerged. They are struggling. They're finding it difficult to accept it, but that's reality. Because society is dynamic. Things will continue to change, either to the better or to the worse. If you are doing evil, things will change for the worse for you. Because evil does not last forever. If you are doing evil, things will change for worse for you. If you are doing good, things will get better for you. So those that have decided to kill innocent people, those that have decided that made it the point of duty to kill innocent Biafrans, things will get worse for you. If they don't change the way they are going, when we close our border, after a short while, we'll build a wall. There's a war between Mexico and America. There was a war between East and Western Germany because they had ideological disputes. There's nowhere in the world where they had different ideologies and culture that the people are lumped together. It's only in Black Africa where they treat you like animals, like dogs. They want to sell, they'll put them inside a cage and carry them to the market. You have no choice. You say nothing. There's nowhere in the world where people bear name given to them by somebody else that does not like them. Somebody else that hates you. Somebody else that killed you. They killed you to enter your land. It's only in Black Africa that they kill. That somebody said, look, I didn't agree this union. You marry a woman, you kidnap a woman and take to your house. You have been molesting her. You say, look, oh guy, I don't love you. We're not one. I don't like you. I don't have feelings for you. People marry for reasons. I don't know you. I don't like you. You don't even like me too. So why should we live together? Allow me to go. He said, no, you must stay here and die because you are raping me. You're stealing my resources. It's only in Black Africa. There is no country, no nation in the world they have people lumped together. Even in Switzerland, that they have little cultural differences. What you have there, they operate rotatory presidency, and each of the nations run independently in Switzerland. But in the zoo, they do what the British ask them to do, no problem. But that time is over. They have a short while. All these gimmicks, all these shenanigans of telling our lawyer, Barrister Jofo, you've been wonderful. But all those telling you they'll soon release date. We are not down for those crabs. We have listened to it for too long. If you think holding Kanu will delay us is a decoy, you will see your time. We're leaving Kanu with you. But let me warn you. Uche Chukwu Kanu, the wife of our leader, God bless you, madam, you're a strong woman. But 8 hours ago, she made a cry. She said, my husband, a British citizen, is in jail in Nigeria. If he dies, Nigeria will burn. That's an understatement, madam. Nigeria will burn is painting the ways. For any reason, anything happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they know he has royal blood, is a king. We'll bury him with millions of his killers. We'll bury him with millions. And you know that. In 67, you couldn't defeat us, or 1970. The Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani put together cannot defeat us, even in 100 years to come. You couldn't defeat us in 1967. So what makes you think you can defeat us now, if I may ask? That was the Third World War, the Biafran genocide. Russia fought on your side. Are you aware? All the big countries, all the world powers, they fought on your side to kill just because of oil. The only crime we have committed is that God deposited certain resources on our soil. That is why our people cannot be free again, but that time is over. But the only warning I want to sound tonight is that if you guys don't amend your ways quick, it will be forever. There will be enmity between us forever. And if this generation does not do it, the generations of Biafran's future generations will take revenge. We are taking record of all the people you are killing, in case you think we're not aware. How is it that all the detention centers, incarceration centers, DSS cells are filled with Igbo Biafrans, other Biafrans, all the Fulanis, all the terrorists have been released without any court order? All innocent Igbo men are everywhere languishing in jail. They released 100 and something of them from Kirikiri prison. No court judgment. Abakere has been freed. No court judgment. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been discharged and acquitted by a court of competent jurisdiction. You are still holding him. You are asking, what can we do? We have kept quiet for too long because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asked us to keep quiet. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asked us to throw the path of peace. If you think we're going to continue that way, then you are wrong. Because why? The egg has been broken. At any moment from now, whatever you see, you take. Enough is enough. In 1967, Biafrans outside Biafran territory were not up to 5%. As I speak now, Biafrans outside Biafran land in diaspora are more than 75%. You know how many thousands of Biafrans in the United States? Well-to-do, educated, doing well. Do you know how many of them in the UK? Do you know how many of them in ordinary West Africa? The people running this struggle are not in Nigeria. That's what you don't know. You go to villages, kill innocent people that have done nothing wrong. On the 11th of this month, they went to Ehima Mbano, went to a village in Mbano and began to burn houses, destroy people's properties, people that have done nothing wrong. You said one person offended you. You don't look for the person you burn houses. Every now and then, the terrorists in the north, the terrorists you groom and nurtured and financed and equipped, will bomb down Nigerian Air Force, kill everybody. No retaliation. No village is burnt. Nobody is shot. No civilian is killed. Any slightest provocation. Their agents that they equip, they put in Igbo land with their collaboration of Hopus Odema, all the Fulanis, they gave uniform, call the Bubago. When they kill somebody, they go to a village and erase the whole village. The injustice they're treating, they're mounting to Biafrans and the Igbos in Nigeria. Injustice they're treating them sophisticated in the appropriate measure. That's the message I have for you, the Nigerian state. Since the only assignment you have is to kill our people, you can't kill all of us. It's not possible. Like I just said, the population outside is more than 75%. And if you start it, you start again. There's no going back. Those that used to support you will not support for Russia. It's a waste of time. They've done it over the years. Everything, they were so afraid of China. China has taken over them economically. They are afraid of Russia. Russia has taken over them military-wise. They will continue to go down because they are evil, they are wicked. Those demons, those wicked people that are running, that are misruling America, anytime right people come, they will bring them down. Trump came, America grew. The economy grew. They rigged him out. That's the only thing they know how to do. Anywhere you see Britain, all you see is evil, forgery, rigging. They brought him down. Now America has lost economically. America has equally lost militarily. And America will lose more diplomatically. If Trump is not taken, in few years, UN Assembly, nobody will go to America again. Yes, because what are they doing there? What are they doing there when they can't pursue global justice? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. What are they doing in America? What are they doing in the UN Assembly? Only to protect the interests of killers, stealers. They go everywhere and steal, kill, subjugate, manipulate. So what do they do there? People are beginning to ask questions. So now, let's go to the business of the day. So I talk about colonialism, what colonialism is. Colonialism, in another word, is a policy or a practice of acquiring full or partial political control over another country, occupying it with settlers, and exploiting it economically. How these Ruga games to go and build settlers for strangers in another land, they are modern day colonialism. If you allow it anywhere, you are gone. Because they will rise against you to take over you. So then from colonialism, because I'm talking about new colonialism, the word new means new. So new colonialism is a new form of colonialism. From slave trade to colonialism. And you know slave trade is all about bondage, kidnapping, rape, killing, stealing, blood money, exploitation. That is nicknamed imperialism. What is imperialism? Imperialism is called the new form of colonization, which refers to the domination and control of a weak state by a military, economic, and political and culturally stronger state. The domination, subjugation, and control of a strong state over a weak state. In the words of Lenin, the highest level of capitalism is imperialism. You see how this nonsense they run in a cycle. One move from the other, from slavery to colonialism to capitalism. It continues, the nonsense continues. Take it from me. Note that capital accumulation on world scale is an expression of greed anywhere in the world. Capital accumulation on a world scale is what? Expression of greed. And that is where the principle that drives these demonic ideologies. And the Western civilization is built on these principles. And take it again or not from me for free. If you want a good governance anywhere in the world, anchored on impeccable principles of accountability, equity, fair play, and balanced judgment, don't allow people who have been exposed to too much wealth to access power. Don't allow them to lead. People that have this spirit, this capitalist spirit, this capitalist greed shouldn't be in power, except those that have made so much money and they want to sow back into the society. Trump had made a lot of money. He came to invest, he came to contribute to the American society, not those that are looking for where to go and steal, kill, exploit, as they do in Black Africa. So, dear friends, what is new colonialism, like I said, is an infusion of foreign economic domination, as well as military, political intervention in states that have already achieved independence from colonial rule. There are 3 stages of bondage in Africa. So if you don't understand, take it that colonialism means new era. New colonialism is a new era of colonialism. Nothing changed, the same principle, the same doctrine, the same objective. Three stages of bondage in Africa is the pre-colonial era. That is called the slave regime. It lasted for 100 years. And I need you to understand something. Anytime there's something about generations, in a future date, I'll talk about the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu generation, because that's the generation we are now, the revolutionary generation. The Lenin, you know about Lenin and Stalin, the Bolshevik revolutions. There have been revolutions all around the world. The revolution going on in Africa now was triggered by ideological provocation. Our mind were provoked by the teachings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you will not agree. Your greed, your envy and jealousy will not allow you to agree. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was teaching, the whole world listens, if you don't know. The whole of Africa was listening. Those ways, those seeds he sowed, they have germinated. And they must bear fruit. No military power anywhere will conquer it. That is why you see new powers emerging to assist to free Africa. Russia has come. There's nothing anybody can do about it. We'll no longer hide it. It's not something to hide. They're here. You feed them in not distant time. You see one of the greatest alliances now that the West that make their heart cut. They are having running stomach. Seeing North Korea allying with Russia. Imagine that kind of combination. If it's a football match, that kind of squad, how do you want to play with them? So many years ago, when I was still in the zoo, this man, this brother of ours, this Biafran brother, Taribo West, used to have Taribo and friends, where he brings his friends from all over the world. They'll come and play a Pepsi team. They will select the best in the local league. They'll face Taribo and friends. You have Zamorano, George Weah, all of these people were part of Taribo team. When they were advertising, the jingle was like, I think the Pepsi player was asking the coach, he said, Coach, how many goalkeepers are we going to have when you have this kind of people coming to play with us? When you have China, Russia, and North Korea, let me not go too far. India has gone too far technologically. Long before now, America does not allow any country to engage in uranium enrichment. But this is a waste of time. In another 5-10 years, military powers will emerge from Africa because nobody plays to the gimmicks. Nobody plays to the foolishness and the deceptive, idiotic, backward. I don't know the adjective to qualify the Western style. Everything they think about is about them. It's only safe, me, myself alone. That's what they think. Anywhere they will go. They went to Iraq. Saddam Hussein is doing this. At the end, they said they found nothing. Did they apologize? No. Have they paid reparation? No. They went to Libya. They came to Biafra. They started with Biafra. Britain convinced them, all of them came to Biafra and killed 3.5 million children. A generation will revenge that. Mark my words. Except they apologize. If they don't apologize, the people that killed Biafrans, they will die as well. We all bleed. Everybody is going to die. If you choose to cut someone else's life short, your own life will be cut short. If you apologize, we will listen to that. Like I'm saying, the zoo still have a little chance now. Go and engage the DOS. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You can't negotiate when our leader is still in chains. No way. Hell no. Anybody discussing with you is not from IPOB. IPOB has only one leadership. No other route. There's no window into the powers in IPOB. Only one door. That's the DOS. The head is Mazi Chikedozie, deputized, supported by Mazi Anthony Zurumike. HOD and DHOD, every other person follows at the queue. And the IPOB is a well-ordered place. There's no power tussle here. You are too big to take orders, you fall out of the line. We take rules, we take orders from our leaders. Nobody is too big to be controlled. That's what they call the chain of command. Anointing flows from the top. Anything our leader tells us to do, that's what we do. Those of you that are too, if the zoo blood is inside of you, you don't know how to be orderly, you find it difficult to take instruction, you find it difficult to say yes, sir. You find it difficult to take orders. That's why they're finding it difficult to cope with the leadership. A lot of restructuring has taken place in IPOB that you're not aware of, because They are building new generation of disciplined, cultured, loyal and obedient people that have excellent mindsets, that have proactive mind, that can think and reason, that people that have been freed from the slavery, from all the garbages we are fed by British educational system that makes us perpetual slave, all the garbages we fed by all the foreign religious cultures that made us deny who we are, to be the people that can lead a country where every human being will be proud to be. Nobody will come because you are Igbo. To hell with your Igbo-ness. What you want to see is a Biafran. Once you're a Biafran, you are qualified. You're not going to be an animal like the zoo. So there's even a progression from pre-colonial, that is slave era, to colonial era. The colonial era was characterized by balkanization and a culturalization era. Then the third one is the post-colonial era, which we know as new colonial. And that's the era we are. The post-colonial era is the control of colonized nations' economies, so that profit can be repatriated to the metropolitan countries, hereby endangering the capital flight and underdevelopment in the colonies. This is a sad story. And this nonsense has continued for years. Colonization is a blatant truncation of the African trajectory, knowing that imposed structure and values framed to exploit you cannot facilitate your development. That's the point I need you to understand. There can never be genuine African renaissance through decolonization without the balkanization attempt pursued with vigor. There can never be. You can't have a genuine African renaissance through decolonization without the balkanization attempt pursued with vigor. Now, in this context, in the colonial era, they used local moles, puppets, political saboteurs, strangers, traitors, infiltrators. This thing has continued, and it has dovetailed into this new colonial era. The same thing is happening. What you see, find out everywhere is that these Western vultures, these blue-eyed devils that are controlling the world, anywhere they go to, they don't like using indigenous people. That was why, as the close of slave trade, coming towards the end of slave trade, because people started rising to talk against it, Africans helped them to fight in the World War and discovered that, oh, we have equal capacity with these white people. There's nothing special about them. And a few slaves' children had gone to school and start challenging them. People start talking the way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is talking, and a few of us that are privileged to hide at his back to talk, and they began to feel that these people have got to know what is going on. Let's change it. There was a change of ideology. They just changed now, change the bottle, the same old wine. What we call colonialism was the same principle, the same thing practiced under slavery, the same objective. So when they came to new colonial era, because that era ended in 1914, that's when they amalgamated the Zulu. They used puppets till present time. People like Hope Uzodinma, Wike, Dave Umahi, Ojuzo Kano, the Ifa Jonas of this our time, Asari Dokubo, and Fonjas of this present age, habitual betrayers, Simon of this world, spies and espionage incubators. That is what they prefer. In every country, they bring wrong people and put them in power, thieves. On a good day, in a normal democratic setting, Hope Uzodinma cannot win a war councillor. Now let's call a spade a spade. Everybody in his locality knows that it's a 419, it's a fraudster. It's not a hidden thing, it's not something you go and ask, it's something that is written all over everywhere. Everybody knows. But these people that run the powers that be, because all the agenda is put a stranger that will do what you say. They bring him, Sawyer, we'll give you power. You do what we ask you to do, you say, yes, sir. Sawyer, go and kill your people. Take their land. make plans for Ruga. Yes, sir. Still, take some change, go and hide it, do nothing. You see him now, he has done nothing. After how many years? And you want to go for another 4 years of killing. If you calculate how many people he has killed, it's only during the war that number of carnage happened in Igbo land. The quantum, the population that people that Wike, Hopo Zodima, and Devu Mahi has killed, it was only during the civil war that we had that kind of killing. Mass grave is strange in Igbo land. It was only during the war. Since after the war, we have not had anything close to that genocide that is going on now. Why? Because these evil people are looking for wicked people to use. Moles, puppets, it's everywhere, even in Africa. It doesn't happen in civilized world. I was watching last week or 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine just sent me a video of Boris Johnson. He went to a supermarket to buy something. He went with a bicycle. So everybody, this Boris Johnson, they came, they were smart, taking picture with him, took some fine shots, and he turned his bicycle and rode away. No escort, no bodyguard. Why? He didn't steal. If he had stolen, he didn't kill to get to power. All these people killing, all these people, once you challenge them, they'll kill. One head of state in Africa, anybody he endorsed to come and take over, the person will die. If you want to challenge Hopo Zodima in Imo State, they will kill the person. Is that how they run a society? How come you people don't think, you don't reason, you don't have sympathy? I saw in one of those online stuff, somebody forwarded something to me that happened in the zoo. A governor in the southeast, the new governor of Abia State, went to visit Simon Bakwe's wife. I felt like crying. Back in the days when I was still at home, Aba was heaven during Simon Bakwe. If rain falls, you can't find a single water on the road. His legacy is still crying after how many years? Michael Okpara legacies in Old Eastern region is still reverberating. The Eastern region had the fastest growing economy in the whole world, in the whole third world, between 1954 to 1964. Better than China. Better than many of those economies that have emerged now. They saw it, they went to destroy it. The British hate the Igbos with perfect hatred. Why? Because we're intelligent. We are talented. Nigeria has an Igbo problem because they learned it from Britain. Britain has Igbo problem. They did assessments many years ago. Was it Williams Commission? The assessment showed that the Igbos are intelligent. There is so place. That's in the old southeast. The Yorubas were next, and they categorized the ones on the north. Okay, these are the ones who can use. Can easily be manipulated and cheated. Okay, fine. Not gonna take power. But that is not a problem. The Hausas and the Fulanis, as far as I'm concerned, are not our problem. It's those that put them to do evil. But why is the problem for them is that they are destroying their own society without knowing. How can you listen to Britain to start killing people? We have lived peacefully together for many years. It has never happened that Igbo community invaded anybody up north, even in the Middle Belt. It's not in our history, it's not in our culture. When you people destroy that love, that bond, because it's already broken, the egg has been broken. The Fautoto is Fulani that hate the Igbos. It's a lie. Nigeria hates Igbos. Yoruba man is there now. Chief of Army Staff is Yoruba. IGO police is Yoruba. The East is still militarized. They're still kidnapping our people as we speak. They still send me messages from home, from the zoo, of our people. All the evil still going on. You went to Olu, you burnt houses. Bombs are dropping in Zamfara, nowhere it was bombed. Igbo man cough, you open fire and shoot. They carry flag, you open fire and shoot. They ask to release their leader, you open fire and shoot. Let Igbo man go. No, you don't want to let them go. But sorry about it, the time has come. You have destroyed what holds us together and we are going to leave Nigeria without saying goodbye. Mark my words. Mazin Namakano, I don't know the kind of heart he has. He's too compassionate for my liking. Because with that one home says, he doesn't want to see anybody die. That's what kept us till today. But If you think you're holding him, it's a decoy. You're sorry, you're making a mistake. I'm going to leave Kano with you. Keep him. Pamper him. He must come back looking more robust, healthier, fresher. And he's coming with a guarantee. You know, when you buy a product, they give you a guarantee of 5 years. Martin Kano should come back with 30 years, 40 years life warranty. If anything happens to him after he come back within any time, we're going to tag it on you. And we are going to do whatever we would have done if he dies in your hand. You know that. You know, if you kill Martin Kano, you have declared war automatically. There will be no negotiations. And it's not a negotiation. They're coming to talk to one Igbo man. Those ones you call your politicians are not the one in charge. We, the youth, we own the land. We decide. Not those old fools in Ohanese begging every day. Those beggars. No. Our generation don't beg. So we're going to give you Kano. Time will come, you'll be begging him, please, where is the road to your house? Because what is bigger than you is on the way. So, dear friend, please start going home quietly so you don't rush. Because DOS will not give you notice. You have been given the notice. You have been told long ago before now that you should go home, go and establish in the East. Because we are going home. Remember wherever you are, whether you're in a Edo State or a car, you are Igbo, every Igodomigodo, you are Biafrans. We didn't beg you to be Biafrans. You people came and say you have checked your history that you are not Yoruba. So we didn't beg you. We are here. So remember where you are. Whether you Shekiri, Joe, wherever you find yourself, the Arnhem, remember where you are. Start moving home little by little. Because Elohim has heard our prayers. The era of begging is over. Ohanese, please stop begging. Don't beg for our lead again. Mazin Namdekano sent a message to me on the 11th of this month through one of the lawyers. And that message is what I want to deliver to you. Those people taking glory of ending sit at home, say you should stop that nonsense you're doing. What ended the sit at home is the letter that Onyendu wrote from DSS. That's all, nothing else. What ended the sit at home is the work IQB has been doing. What ended the sit at home is denying that infiltrator. Because Onyendu wasn't talking about him. He just kept quiet because he didn't send him. Since he let everybody know that he don't send the Samalepa, that is working for you people, is your mole. You're bankrolling him. That is what break the camel's back. Now he has come up to say that he's on his own. I advised him last time because if he's an intelligent person, he wouldn't do that rubbish. You're using somebody's name, you're not obedient to him, you don't obey the institution, the structure you put in place. I am 100% loyal and subject to the organization. As I'm talking now, if I get a call from DOS and say stop, I'll stop automatically. Because we're under command and control. You don't take any laws into your hands. So it's not your army. I'm chief of army. Where were you? Your Python dance was what brought in security in Ebola. Yes. Your Python dance is what you used to be killing Igbo people. You have been killing them till Onyendu wrote and they gave order that they should end the nonsense. And it was because before now they were not telling him. Probably when they go, they forget. You know, when people go to meet him, they're busy with their always saddled with court matter. When lawyers go, there's a court issue they're always preoccupied with. So there were many things that he was not privy of. Maybe he didn't have full understanding what was going on until he got the message clearly and gave an express order. And that's what brought calm in the East. Not you. What did you do? By shooting our people? You think killing brings peace? No. The problem with you people, security people in Nigeria, is because you don't read. Go and read history. Read books. Read on security. Go and read on community policing. It's not pulling the trigger that is policing. You don't know. All of you are trigger hungry. You don't even understand what the gun in your hand is doing. You think it's just a fire. You bring enemies, send them to our territory. People that hate us, those terrorists that have been killing all their life, that have sworn on oath to kill. You give them uniform and send them to the East. That's one burning houses every day. They'll have an encounter with criminals like them. They'll go back and kill civilians. Who does that? Is there any civilized society where they still do such things except in the zoo called Nigeria? And they want us to keep quiet. For how long do you want us to continue keeping quiet? It's over. If you kill a Biafran now, we're calculating, we're taking note of everybody you are killing. A day of reckoning is coming, you will pay. Some of you, their names are recorded. There are people doing those work. The Emperor, our intelligence group, is one of the best in the world. They're keeping record of that. A day will come, we ask you questions. All the people that caught are discharged and acquitted, they still keep it. You will answer. The ones who disappeared, you will answer. All the organ harvest is still going. Look at Igbocha. Somebody sent me a message from Igbocha, how police is molesting people anyhow. Once you are dressed good, they see you carry big phone. They have a cartel with all the ties here. What do you call them? Like Uber, Taxify, whatever is called there. They will just notify them and they will pick you up and lock you up. They'll search your phone, check how much your phone, know how much to demand. In a civilized society, in 21st century, where there is rule of law, do they do that in the north? No. Nobody does that in Kano. Nobody does that in Abuja. Only in Biafra land. You guys don't have conscience. All you care is to kill Igbo man, kill Ibibio man, kill Ijo man, kill Biafrans. Enough of that. You have to stop, because if you don't stop, you are creating enmity and your children after you will suffer for it. A generation will rise that do not know Pharaoh, that do not know who is in power. They would even know you. You would have long been forgotten. But your children after you will suffer it. They'll stretch hand to the Biafrans who said, no, we have perpetual enmity between us and you people. You killed our uncles. That is where we're going to if you don't stop. It's not a beg, not an appeal, it's an advice. Because already the game is up. The moment DOS gives the order now, then church, Abasa, case closed. That is not far again. It's not far. So back to where we are. Neo-imperialism and neo-colonialism are used in sine qua non. In certain cases, these terms are used in pari passu because they point to one direction. I've told you that these things, these terminologies, these theories are repackaged evil. From slavery to colonialism, from colonialism to neo-colonialism, they're all packaged, repackaged. Now, I want to look at the impact of colonialism on Africa. What is the impact of colonialism on the continent of Africa? Many people don't know the impact. That is why you are still romanticizing, you are still fraternizing your enemies. You are in bed with your killers. You are in bed with those that killed your forefathers. Is that not a shame? If you know what they have done to you, you will run away from them. Impact of colonialism on Africa is the damage of originality. They want to make an adulterated European or Arabian out of a black man. All this teaching you British rhythms, British French things, teaching you Arabic, they're trying to make whom you are not out of you. And it's not possible. One of the greatest impact of colonialism on this great continent, the richest continent in the world. No continent is as blessed as Africa. It's the loss of identity. That's what they did to you. They begin to change your names. They rename our cities. One fool, one idiot that don't know how the river started came and say he discovered the river Niger. I love the piece by Chimamanda Adichie. Said our forefathers have been fishing in that place before Monga Park's grandfather was born. And you woke up and say you discovered. They went to a port in South Africa, named it Port Elizabeth. It's been existing before Britain came into being. Igbocha in the coastal region of Biafra land, Igbo land, Igbocha has been there for many centuries. The port there have been there. Our great-grandfathers used to go there to buy fish. My great-grandfather travels that far to go and buy fish, certain species of fish. One speedophile, one morally bankrupt fool came and changed the name to Port Harcourt. And some people who claim to be educated, intelligent, are defending the name of a speedophile. Somebody in a sin society should be stoned to death. He goes to molest little children. That's the name they call a city. And you're very proud of defending it because you're still a slave. Homeborn slaves. It's a shame. Change of identity. They rename persons. They rename indigenous institutions were bastardized, destroyed. Forceful settlement. Forceful settlement. Many people were exiled. You know of Jajo Fopobo, the Igbo man from Amibo in Imo State that discovered that island, the Opobo Island. Go there till tomorrow, they still speak their native Igbo tongue. Even though they're fine within around the Jaw territory, we don't have problem with the Jaws. All of us have the same ancestral home. All of us have the same origin. Go and check our culture. We're not begging anybody to be like us. No. I am an Igbo man, 100%. Over 100%. But hey, I know my cousins and nephews. Go and look at their behavior. You will know there's no difference. Look at the way they act. Look at their culture. Look at how they dress. We don't look for alien cultures or people that have nothing with us. Forget all the evil you have done to turn their heads. The same way you turn some major people's heads to deny Biafra. Igbo people too have been denying Biafra too. Some people that still their own level of slavery has gotten to Christendom. But no problem. All that to become a thing of the past because they'll start begging to belong. We're going home. As I speak, we're more than 75% home. At any moment from now, the drums will begin to sound. Another thing that happened, another impact is balkanization. When these blue-eyed demons got here, they thought of how they can defeat us. They balkanized our territories. They began to cut it into pieces. What happened in Berlin in 1884, November 1884 stroke February 1885, during the days of Bismarck, the German leader then, was a pure balkanization of a race, of a people. They tore our society into shreds, into smaller units. How could you have different people found in different locations? They can't put them where they are so that they can synergize together and be strong. You have Igbo people in Edo State. Indigenous, not that they traveled there. That is where they've been from since the world began. They are people. Then you give them different names. They begin to feel they are not what they are not. They are. You cut Igbo, put in Bayelsa. Cut Igbo, put in Akwa Ibom. Cut Igbo, put in Cross River. They think we're not aware, we know. Cut Igbo. More than 75% of River State, more than 85% are Igbo. Cut Igbo, put in Delta, and give them foolish names. All the states in the north retain the original name. When you come to our side, bring foolish names that have no meaning and give them. The same way they give you foolish name. Nigeria. Who is a Nigerian? How will you make progress when you don't know who you are? When you are bearing dog's name, dog tag, anything they call you, Billy, Billy, you run, you go. Reasonable people have changed their names to their whom they are, to the originality. Balkanization and alienation of tribes and races. You have juxtaposed amalgamation of people of different cultures, you bring them together. The Igbo and the Yoruba and Hausa have nothing in common culturally. It's not a statement of hate. There's what they call hate speech. No, it's a hard fact. That's why till tomorrow they find it difficult to blend. And they can't blend forever. There's nowhere they blend like that anywhere in the world. When will you wake up, blacks? If I may ask you. Do you know those people you worship are your worst enemies? The greatest enemy of a black man is the white. These Americans you are following sheepishly, the British, the French, they are your worst enemy. They don't like you, they hate you, they kill you like dog. All the policies they made is to retain you as a slave, to subjugate you, to manipulate you, and to steal from you. It's because they are stealing from you, that is why they are interested in nothing else. Anywhere in Africa there are no more resources. You don't have Western control much there. They don't go there. How many of them went to fight in Liberian war? What does Liberia have? But all of them went to Syria. America is still in Syria now, stealing. All the big countries are in Syria, stealing oil. All the big ones, all of them, mention any name, no exception. All of them are in Syria. Why did they go there? America said it's protecting oil field. Russia is one corner. France is one. All of them are in one corner, stealing. Shameless people. That's who they are. The greatest thing Britain bequeathed to Africa is shamelessness. That's why you see all the politicians. They're not shameful. They're so shameless. One man will steal billions, steal all the money. Tomorrow he come out and carry mic and start talking. How can a president don't have any certificate? Anyone they talk is forged. Anyone is forged. And he's not ashamed to come out in public. Where did they learn it from? They learned it from Britain. The queen, the king carries crown of stolen diamonds, stolen people's wealth on it. And they curse publicly. And they're waving at her. She knows strength, no atom of shame. And the worst thing that will happen to any living being is lack of integrity. They deny you identity. They say we'll have no history. They destroy our cultural heritage. When they came to Igbo land, they saw the Auro temple. They say, oh, these people have advanced civilization. The Igbo race is the largest singular race, the largest black race. The first census they did in Nigeria, you see the figures. The Igbo race was larger than both Hausa and Fulani put together. The Igbo race was larger than Yoruba race. But now, everything is rigging. Everything is, man, any figure they like, they quote for anybody. Though they hate, they suppress their own. In fact, if they do any census in Nigeria, you see that the population from the east will be lower, even will be smaller than the population of people in the east. Those are political games, but it doesn't bother us. Do you know that it's just foolishness on the part of the black man following the white? They didn't give you any right, they didn't give you any reason, they didn't give you anything. They don't recognize you. They don't like you for anything whatsoever. There are five official languages, 5 working languages in the UN. And what are they? English, French, Arabic, Chinese, Russian, and Spanish. What is the population of Spain? 47,519,638 people. Their language is recognized in the UN. But no African country language is recognized. How many are you in Africa? They've destroyed your language. They use their religion tools, destroy you, destroy your essence, destroy your originality, and you're happy. No single country was recognized. At the time UN was formed in 1945, at least 3 African countries were there. Egypt was in it, Ethiopia was there, Liberia was there. They couldn't find anyone to add this language. What language do they speak all over Africa? French, English, Spanish, only foreign languages. When will your idiocy, when will the idiocy of a black man come to an end? You are struggling to learn other people's language. Who is learning your language? Africans are so daft and so dumb that they can't even make their own language an official language. That is why I see that Mali will lead Africa in a short while. They come to recognize their own language. In Biafra, we will adopt our local languages as official language. Igbo will be an official language. Ijaw will be an official language. Isoko, all the major languages will be official language. So that when a French, a Japanese want to apply for contract in Biafra land, he will go and pay our students, our linguists, to interpret for him into a local language. So those ones will get job. So that aspect of a school will flourish. It will become a lucrative business. If you go to China for a loan, it must be interpreted into Chinese. Write it in any language. If it's not in Chinese, they will not listen to you. You have no value for whom you are. That is why you can't rise. You can't amount to anything until you know who you are. In a future date, I'll talk about the identity crisis in Africa. I think it's one of the bane of Nigeria's problem. We don't know who we are. In my innocent calculations, I've discovered that everything European is detrimental and antithetical to the African foundations. And they can never promote a black man. Anything European is antithetical to who you are. In any case, if you don't know, all the whole bullshit about civilization, globalization, is transfer of European culture to the third world and the relocation of African wealth to Europe to decorate the garden facing the jungle. They say that Europe is a garden, then Africa is a jungle. They go to the jungle to take something to decorate the garden. Enough. Stay in your garden. Now we want to develop our own jungle to garden. They've stolen enough. 61 countries are stealing oil from Biafra land, if you're not aware. And then NNPC is no longer recording anything to the federal post. Why? They just go and steal, share. Give the Fulanis their own oil well. Share small oil company, take your own. Don't mind these local people. Let them continue making noise. That's how Nigeria rolls. And the people are dying. I feel paid. A young woman from a particular locality in Delta State spoke to me through a certain medium. He said in his village, they use badge. If you buy bicycle, you pay a badge to carry you across. The length of that water is not up to 10% of the Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos. But they took all the oil money from that region to go and build those ones. I'm not against development. We're talking about equity and justice. There are communities in Delta State till tomorrow, they don't have any link, any bridge link to the mainland, hinterland. They enter boat or barge. Nobody thinks about building bridge for them. And they're sucking billions from those places. All the oil companies in Nigeria, all the colonial institutions are your enemy. Shell, Chevron, all of them, they are all corporate thieves. They're not your friend. Go to where Shell is, where headquarters of Chevron is located in the zoo in Lagos. When I was in Lagos back in the days, you see where Chevron is. You can't find a local hospital where a poor man can walk into and get treated and say, yes, this is community service from this oil company. They are heartless, they are wicked. Worse is Shell. They will disgrace your community, destroy the waters. The local fishermen will not see fish to fish again. Their backyard cannot grow any crops again because of oil spilling. Nigeria is the only country in the world where they make oil, produce oil at the lowest price. Because there are no necessary technical rules and laws that guide the activities and operations of the oil company. They do anything they like. As long as they settle those in power. Who are those in power? Semi-illiterate are the ones controlling the oil industry. They don't know what is obtainable. They don't know the contemporary rule. They don't know how it's done. The foreigners are the ones that tell you what you get. How can such a country make progress? How? It's a shame. But we must continue. Our leader has laid the foundation and he has yielded fruit. Any African language there, no single African language is recognized. The three oldest languages in the world has gone into extinction. Therefore, the oldest language in Eastern Nigeria. In CBD is spoken in Igbo land and where you call South. And CBD was spoken in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom, in those areas. But tomorrow they tell they are not one. Oh no, you are different. They live Igbo, you are not Igbo. They be a Basi in Abia State. They be a Basi in Akwa Ibom as indigenous name. They be a Apan. There are so many names who bear together. The Abriba people bear the same names with Akwa Ibom people. These things are not coincidence. Now, there are other three languages. It will shock you to hear that there were ancient languages that were spoken by people of ancient civilization. They have been wiped out. How? There's a language called Sumerian, spoken in southern Iraq. Some of those languages they use in the Bible, if Bible is real and true. They've been wiped out by these wicked people that hate to see original people. There's another one called Akkadian, equally spoken in Iraq. You know, Iraq has ancient civilization. That's the Babylonian. Empire. Another one is Egyptian language. The original indigenous Egyptian language has gone into extinction. Why? The Arabs came and took over that land and killed the indigenous people. The few remaining had to change their name, change their identity, and blend. That's what happens in Bornu today. Bornu people are indigenous. Everybody in Bornu indigenously are Igbos. When they speak Igbo now, they've been ostracized. They ridicule them. They go to government offices. Those Ikori people that are confused will be making mockery of them. They start bearing Ijola names that they don't know their meanings. That's how they wipe out race, but it won't happen again. Biafrans, retain your originality. What will happen in Biafra will be the first of its kind in black race. So many nonsense will change. We're not going to oppress anybody. We're not interested in oppression. Go and read the master plan of Biafra that Onyendu released. Every nation will be on its own. Ejo will have a constitution written in their own language. The BBO will be on their own. The Igbos will be on their own. Everybody grow at your pace. Compete favorably. Decolonization must not be conceived as a surrogate colonization. And this was where those before us failed. They want to decolonize. They were still using colonial principles. They built their axioms on colonial principles and rules. That's what they felt. They don't know there has to be a total appeal to your originality and to who you are. Do you know that civilization started in Africa? For both of those of you that don't know history, the most praised civilization today is the Western civilization, which started in Athens in Egypt. The early philosophers that are known as, what do you call them? The Asian philosophers, the Ionians, they went to Egypt to learn Egyptian geometry. It was an African language. The people that spoke those languages were black. Go and find out. All the Arabs you see in Egypt, now they're not Egyptians. They're invaders. That's how Arab and Europe invaded our societies. Destroy and alter the society. That's the way they behave. The people you have in America are not indigenous. They feel indigenous America now. They found voice. They've listened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They have started asking questions. They're not allowed to speak their language. They have a native language that is not encouraged to be taught anywhere. The Egyptians are not black, and they're not white. They're black people. All the Nubians, they were black people, not Arabs. But infiltration has affected so many things. Even in the zoo, it happened. A friend spoke to me a while ago, somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Italy. The person said that, or no, really, he can't explain why. He said that Benin people no longer give their children Yoruba name. I got interested. I said, why? He said he doesn't know. I said, no, you should know. Your people are suddenly realize that they're not Yoruba, that they are ruled by strangers, because that is the way they rule in British establishments. They encourage strangers to rule, who will obey them, do any nonsense they ask them to do, so that they can steal uninterrupted. They just look up and say, and I was talking with the guy. He said, when you look at the whole thing, it confuses him because he doesn't see the real Edo people behave like Yoruba. I said, how do you mean? He said, if I see the dexterity in a Edo man, it tells him that he's a Biafran. A Edo man will enter tube to Europe. A Edo man will be on that, on the, what do you call it, that sea, between Morocco, between Libya and Italy. A Edo man will stay on top of that sea for 7 days. No food, no water. It doesn't give a harm. Can a Yoruba man do that? No. The typical Yoruba man would not take such risk. It's only Igbos. That's how they begin to know that no. We cannot be Yoruba. We must be Biafrans. The spirit in us. Look at the determination in them. Look at how arrogant they are. The same way the Eastern. And go to those places and find out. They operate 4 market days. That's a food for thought. Go and find out why. Go and look at an average and the typical Asian person behaves like an average Igbo person. Go and find out. I believe we're making progress. Another thing, another impact of colonialism is instrumentalization of indigenous people under dehumanizing conditions. They came and turned us to slaves, took our people. The Western Revolution, the Industrial Revolution in England were built by blacks. They stole our materials, stole our able-bodied men. They came here and kidnapped. Today they're talking about democracy. They have never apologized. And I keep saying it. If this generation fails to apologize, Britain, if you don't apologize now, it will become too late. Time is coming, we'll have nothing to do with all these people that have killed our people. We don't forgive. We don't forget. If you don't ask for forgiveness, we'll not forgive you. Bible said if your brother sin and say, I'm sorry, forgive him. That's if your brother asks for forgiveness, forgive him. If he doesn't ask for forgiveness, he shouldn't be forgiven. Forgiveness does not come before repentance. You have to repent before you can be forgiven. So put a call to DOS, HOD. Master Chikedozie is Deputy Mazin Zorimike. But those are the only two people leading this struggle at the top. If you talk about DOS and you didn't go past through these ones, then you have missed the road or you don't know where you're going. You can follow anybody, but as long as it takes you to the top, the head, which is the HOD. Then if you have not done that, you are on the wrong track. If anybody is talking to you, there are all these people that play with politicians. They go and collect money from politicians. Those people, they are just jobbing you. The real IPOB don't mingle with politicians. As bad as it got, or being one election, the whole world knows. They rig it. If it was a Yoruba man that won election, would they be doing this charade they're doing in the court? Would they do that? They can't do this nonsense now. If Atiku had won this election, you will literally do this nonsense and everywhere that we can. They won't do that. And we don't blame them because we told them you don't belong to the zoo. They said no. Biafra died how many years ago? Now we know who died. I don't know now if Nigeria has died in him. I'm going to Supreme Court. Whom are you going to meet there? Your father or your mother? See their foolishness. We told them you don't belong here. Go and work for your own nation. Ask for what belongs to you. Stop dragging with your people that don't like you. They don't like you for anything. Your gods irritate them. After the war, they took all your money to buy all the foreign companies. Gave you 20 pounds. Less than 15 years, you have the largest number of millionaires. You think they'll be happy with you? Go and find out what happened in your Bible. Jacob prospered, they envied him. They don't go well, they took it. That's why they're taking your houses in Lagos. They started demolition. Everybody started crying. You provoke war, they stopped. Now they have released water. Barge can pass through Alaba market now. People are swimming in Alaba. So you must go out. Whether by default, by any means possible. Because you are not wanted. And yet, if you are not a foolish person, dear friends, come back to your senses before it becomes too late. What are those impacts of colonization in our life, in our social formations? There is a story that hurts me the most. There was a young man called Otta Banga in 1883, in March 20th. He was exhibited in a museum, in a zoo in New York. It took these people 114 years to acknowledge they've done something wrong. They kidnapped this man in 1904 in present-day DRC Congo, and they were exhibiting him in museum, a human being. These are people you run to. These are people your president will run to 5 years. Can you see how foolish and how idiotic black man is? Your enemies. You think America is your friend? The greatest enemies you have as a black man is Britain, France, and America. You heard me clearly. They don't want your progress. They're stealing in Biafra land. They don't want you to develop. When Jonathan came, brought the best technical, we had the fastest growing economy in the zoo then. The fastest growing economy in Africa. They say, no, these Igbo people, they are too intelligent. He will turn this country around. Because once they start making progress now, they will develop. They'll start building refineries. They'll start thinking about how to develop. No, remove him. Remove him. They push him out. Brought the thieves and criminals that go to collect loan every day. They're stealing from you. They'll sell your resources. They'll loan a percentage of it to you. You are indebted forever. You keep paying loan. If I'm to advise any African leader, don't collect loan at all. Manage what you have. Any country that want to grow in Africa, don't take loans. Don't receive aid. Look at what Morocco did. France, they want to say, no, keep your aid. And criminals who don't need your help. Because when they give you loans, they will manipulate you. A scholarship, Commonwealth scholarship, you go, they will manipulate you. They dictate for you. We don't need it. The real resources are here. They make their budget based on what they steal from you. The day Biafra is liberated, Africa will be liberated. The money Chevron and Shell, Texaco, all the oil companies steals in Biafra land will pay all the debt of Nigeria, of Africa. All the debt every African country is owing. The money these people steal, within 5 years, will pay all African debt and develop African countries. So Africa, don't cry again, because Biafra is here. And we will liberate every country that wants to be free in Africa. Biafra is the center, the latitude 0. There's something about that location. That is why Britain has done everything to stop us. First capital of Nigeria was in Calabar. They say, no, move it from here. If you develop here, they will know what they have. And they'll start asking questions. They move it to I say, that is the hinterland of Igbo land. Take it away, take it away. They move it to Lokoja. They say, no, it's still too close to them. Take it far. They took it to Lagos. They pay all the tax to Lagos. Let all the media support them. And that's what they're doing. That's the Yorubas are in bed with them. All the oil companies in Nigeria have their headquarters in Lagos. Does the Lagos have oil? No. Is Lagos the closest proximity to the oil locations? No. Why? It's a political game. So that they will control the media. Do you know how much Lagos State collects as tax from oil companies? River State does not collect it. Right now, by the rotations, Akwa Ibom produces the largest to the national. How much does Akwa Ibom get? Change, peanuts. All the oil wells are owned by somebody from the Sahel. But the gold in Zamfara belongs to only Zamfara people. And they want us to not, we must not talk. Stay there, remain in that. Injustice is good for you. If it's good for all of you, it's not good for our generation. That country called Nigeria wasted a greater percentage of our what's it called? Our generation. But the generation after us will live free, happy, they won't struggle. In Europe, where some of us are now, they pay you money, they pay your wife. The number of children you have determines how much you receive from the state, and it's enough to feed you, even if you're not doing anything. The money you collect, the money you collect from the state can feed the family. In South Africa, ordinary South Africa, you don't pray, you don't fast and pray to pay house rent. Are you aware? The state give you house. When Gaddafi was around, you can't see a Libyan driving second-hand car. It's not done. Their resources was equitably distributed. You're getting married as a young man, you collect $10,000, and the government will give you a house. So you don't need to fast and pray. Many developed countries don't have a church, they don't know Jesus. Japan does not know Jesus, they don't know God. China does not know Jesus. They have developed, they are doing well. Why? What we call God to them is the government. G-O-D means government of the day. They are the ones that are supposed to build road, give you free light, pipe gas to your house, cater for you. But in Africa, we run to the church for prophets to tell us what will become of our sons and daughters who have poor education, who have no food to eat. What a shame. That era is coming to an end. They held Otabanga. They put him in cage. These are the people preaching liberalism for you. These are people preaching justice. These are people that brought you gospel, that brought you salvation. Have they apologized? No. They're very wicked and heartless people. There's a man called James Marion Sims is called the father of modern gynecology. He took a black girl of 17 years. These people are heartless. He operated on this girl 30 times within four years. I called a medical expert and I asked her, say, madam, how long does it take somebody to recover from a surgical operation? If you have a CS, this girl gave birth at 17. Dr. Sims picked on her, started operating on her 30 whole times. Every 1 month and 2 weeks, they take her to theater and tear her. No, what's it called? There's no form of drug to alleviate the pain. Allow her to go through pain. They say black people can endure pain. No euthanasia administered. Nobody cared about her. He was using her to experiment, turn her to a guinea pig, a human being created by God like them. Those are people you run to for help. They exiled judge of Ubobo for challenging them, and eventually died in Spain in 1891, where he was poisoned. They deposed Ovarawe Nobasi. They have not stopped doing evil, because that's who they are. Evil, wickedness run in them. And these are people you run to for help. There is nothing from a black man will help you. Nothing. Decolonization must not be considered as surrogate to colonialism. I've said that. Do you know that everything you currently have in Africa is Western construed? Everything. Everything we have in Africa is just an offshoot of all the colonial fabrications and structures, and all their foundations that sustain them are colonial in nature. All the intellectuals, all the intelligentsias that championed them are deeply rooted in colonialism, and they can never chart a new course for you. So if you want to make progress as a black man, you need to find a way to get out of all this. You need to begin to redefine who you are. They destroyed our culture. That's another impact of colonialism. They destroyed their culture. They brought their foreign religious cultures and deceit. When they tell you now, if they are giving you a native, they say, no, it's a local name, it's idolatrous. Because you're a black man. In their own religion, they brought their culture. Christian, what we call Christianity is Western religion and culture. What we call Islam is not religious thing, it's Arabic culture. That is why an Arabic man from Oman or Saudi Arabia wears the same thing and what do you call them, their religious leaders wear. Even as a Christian, tells you this is the way we dress. Look at how the players were dressing in that last World Cup. It tells you it's not a religious thing, it's our culture. But in Africa, you struggle to dress like that inside hot sun. You're wearing suits in Africa. Go to Ghana, where the temperature is so hot and crazy. You're putting on suit and tie. That's what they laugh at you as animals, that you don't have sense. Because that's not how you should dress. Those that are in hot weather in Europe can wear pants and go outside. You are struggling to be like a white man. Can you ever be like a white man? Hell no. It's a utopian dream. It's a dream that will never come to pass. If they call you Ahmadi, say, no, you go and change your name. Ahmadi is idolatrous. I'm a pastor. But you are bearing Marcos. Marcos is the synonymous to Ahmadi. Marcos is a Roman god, deity, sun god. They call you Sunday. Now, I say, no, don't call me. You think Sunday is a Christian name. Sunday has nothing to do with Christianity. Sunday is the same way I was calling you Shongo as a Yoruba man. Kamalu, that's the same thing. The Romans brought all the idolatry into their religion. When the church in Jerusalem opened a branch, maybe some of you, because you don't know history, but I studied church history. The church in Jerusalem opened a branch in Rome, and they were being persecuted. Constantine, the emperor, then said the only way the church will grow is you adopt our culture, our traditional beliefs will allow you. The pastor compromised and agreed, and he brought a lot of things that were not in the Bible. That's why there are many things they practice in Catholic Church begin to wonder, where do you find it in the Bible? They brought their own culture, but you as a foolish man, you have abandoned your own. You're bearing mass. You're bearing Marcus. Hey, my name is Marcellinus. My name is Martins. It's the same thing as one Amadi. Amadioha. It's the same thing as Anyanwu. That's what you are. Mbeke Mboye. Mbafo. What they call it? No. And somebody will call me and say, my name is Risika. They ask, what's it mean? He said, no, it's an Islamic name. It's not an Islamic name. Go and check. It's their own deity. It has bearing to who they are. When an Arabic man, somebody from Saudi Arabia or man, any of those people bears Risika or Mulikat, he knows the meaning. He attributes the meaning to his life. He prospers his life. You that is bearing it, he has no bearing, he has no meaning to you. He has no essence to you. It doesn't add to who you are. Rather, it reduces you because you have been reduced to a lower class animal because you lost your originality. Bearing Marcellinus. Marcellinus has no bearing to your heritage. You have been reduced to a lower class. That's why they laugh at us. And they come to your place and say, what's your name? So, my name is, you're bearing the name of a saint. It might have been somebody that died, you're raping somebody else's wife. But they call him saint. Your own forefathers is idol. The greatest lies ever told in history is that Satan is black. You know, many of you read Bible, you have no sense, you don't reason. How can Satan be black? We're told that the same Satan is Lucifer. And Lucifer was the most beautiful thing that Elohim created, according to the Bible God. Lucifer was the angel of the morning, was the most beautiful thing. He had inbuilt musical instruments. When Lucifer opened his wing, sweet melodies filled heaven. It was the finest. It was crafted separately, differently. But today they tell you that Satan is black. To be synonymous with black. Angels are white. Anything black is evil. You are black, so you are inferior and you accept it. What makes a white man better than you? You are running to Saudi Arabia. You are running to Syria. You are running to Oman. You are running to Cyprus. You abandon your village. The native intelligence, this God has given you to develop your place. You will not go to them. You only steal money, go and hide. They are using you to develop the economy. No water in your village. You are happy. They are calling you allergic. You stole money, bring change. You feed some few miscreants, some few orchards. You don't take, how do we develop this land? How will next generation look at us? You want to be called king. Ezego. You go to church and do luncheon, donate 300 million, and there's no good road to your village. That shows how idiotic you are. There are more churches in Africa, no factories. You are praying where we ought not to pray. You don't fast and pray in China to get a house. In South Africa, you don't fast to get a house. Government to give you a house. In Libya, government to give you a house. But they've destroyed our thinking, make us feel more religious than ever. So there has to be cultural decolonization. If I'm to advise any leader in Africa, I will advise them begin with cultural decolonization. There are certain nonsense that we practice here that we need to stop. There must be really all the religious extremism, foreign gods. What they brought to us is pain. What they brought to you and I, they didn't bring anything good, if you're not aware. But one of them parts of colonialism is religious extremism. How the foreign god has bastardized our way of thinking, subject us to inferior beings. They point you to the cross, where they are digging your ground and store all your minerals and develop their society. They tell you to wait for heaven. You don't need heaven to live a good life. Good life starts from here. And for your information, if I should go by Bible standard, how majority of Africans should go to hell, because hell is a wealthy place. The street of heaven, we're told, is made of gold. You that seen poverty of all your life, angels will not allow you to enter heaven. That is why you need to think about how to develop your society and reason right. Religion causes division. It's even in your Bible. Maybe you're not aware. In Luke chapter 12, verse 15, it says, suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth. I tell you, nay, but rather division. That's what Yeshua said. Matthew chapter 10, verse 34 to 36, he said, think not that I have come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against his mother, and the daughter-in-law against her own mother-in-law. And the man's foes shall be they of his own household. Everywhere we go to, religion brought division. Whether you call it Islam or Christianity or whatever you go. Somebody declare haram on his brother because he take another religion and say kill him. That's what religion brought. There's no religion in Africa that supports that. We need to start thinking. I'm not against Christianity. No, I have no reasons to. Even the Islam, I'm not against it. I'm against you practicing it the way they brought it to you. That's what I'm against. Think. Can't you repackage it to suit your culture, suit your own, what do you call it? The Afrocentric hermeneutics. Go and do this thing, do your own research and put things in order. The King James you read, they don't read it in Israel. Are you aware? This King James they read in the Nigeria. You don't read it in Russia. They've written their own that suits their culture. You will not. America have American standard, reverse standard. They've written the Bibles to suit their own culture. Not the religious people writer. The same people that wrote the Bible or Book of Satan that wrote those ones they use. The good news. Yes, go and find out. But you won't know because you don't read history, don't research. Do something that suits who you are. Now, how do we decolonize and what is decolonization? Decolonization, what does it mean? Decolonization means to reverse, to destroy the work of colonization. Decolonization is a process by which colonies become independent of the colonizing country. Decolonization is about cultural, psychological, political, spiritual, economic freedom from the indigenous people with the goal of achieving indigenous sovereignty. What you have in Africa is not sovereignty, is flag freedom, as Onyendu told us. In other words, we are talking about the rights and the ability of indigenous people to practice self-determination over their land, their culture, their political, their economic, their everything, heritage. There are two schools of thought in the decolonization theory. You have the extremists and the internalists. The extremists, which is the school I belong to, has it that to decolonize, you have to undo civilization, or colonization rather. To decolonize means to undo colonization. That is by completely gaining self-autonomy. It must be free from this imperialist. That is called the imperialization of the colonized territory. The westernization, the Arabization. So until you take away those foreign things, you have not started. And Africa will not get any better until we get to that place. And for Africa to be stable and to grow politically and have structural development, there must be a holistic placement of the African upon his or her historic, cultural, and linguistic foundations. Those of you that are deviating from your culture and your language, that's where we're missing it. That's why we have not made any meaningful progress. Then the other side of it, the other one you call the internalists are those people that believe that change can come gradually. You know, the Marxist theory. I used to like Marxism a great deal, but hey, there are limitations to it. What are the steps to decolonization? One, the balkanization. Then that takes us to what is balkanization. The balkanization means the partitioning or formerly one people and nation into two ideological different states. Like you have in Germany, you had West Germany and the East Germany. One was practicing socialism or communism, yes, socialism in advanced state of communism. One was practicing capitalism. So because of that ideological difference, they had the Berlin Wall, which they later destroyed. That destroying of the Berlin Wall to come back together again is still called the balkanization. That is when people come back willingly, voluntarily. Balkanization was gotten from the word the Buccaneers. You know, when you had the Indians, there were a few countries that were together, and when they split into place, it was called the balkanization. So balkanization is the act of giving or partitioning countries into pieces. That is, balkanization depicts forced union for imperialistic motive or motivation by which people of different ethnic and religious backgrounds were coercively brought together under one fake unity, primarily for polio-economic interest. You know what you have in Nigeria is a typical case. The reason why the northern and the southern protectorate were put together is to hand over power to a weaker or to people they can manipulate so that they can get anything they want from the south. As you see, there was inhuman or malicious, pernicious, carnivorous, malevolent, greedy Western colonizers with all their imperialistic game in Africa did not do anything good for you and did not do any of this for your own good. All the imposition of foreign ideologies were purely done to keep you in perpetual bondage. It is a shame. So the primary aim of balkanization was to destroy completely the Africanness of Africans with the intention of making Africans surrogate Europeans by replacing African sociocultural values with European lifestyles and belief systems. The continuous maintenance and the sustenance of these colonial fabrications implies continuous adherence to the pedagogy and educational system, value orientations, religious beliefs, language. Failure to revise these abnormalities leads to erosion of African essence, value system, orientation, and the real development will never come to Africa until we change all this. I can continue speaking grammar from now to tomorrow. The long and short of this world is that to balkanize means revise what they have done. There are Yoruba people in Togo, Benin, in Nigeria. Why? Why don't you allow them to stay in one place? Organization, the people can say, no, we want to come together and be one. We are one people. You join the Igbos, Ijos, and all their cousins, you join them to other people. We said, no, let's be on our own and grow so that we can help each other. There's somebody called Frans Oman Fanon. He was an Algerian. But when you go and check your Google now, they'll tell you there's a Frenchman. He started campaigning against all the social injustice. He relocated to America, where he was carrying the crusade, but they killed him. CIA is good at doing that. MI15 or whatever they call, they are good at killing people. If you come out, you want to talk for Africa to be free, they start looking for you. But people like us don't bother again because we don't die. I died for Biafra on the 26th of June, 2022. So every extra day I spent from that day was an addition from Elohim. And I died so that people can be free. My people must be free. There's somebody called Malcolm X, was an African American Muslim preacher. He came to Nigeria twice. The CIA killed him on February 2nd, 1964. He was in Nigeria a year earlier. They used a fellow black Muslim to kill him, and nothing came out of the case. Martin Luther is a case study. Marcus Garvey is a case study. Nelson Mandela is a case study. Gandhi of India is a case study. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the greatest of them all. These men are exceptional. They only come once in a century. If Africa fails to see this opportunity now that God has given us through this man, this great man, this liberator, this Messiah, this Christ of our age, then it will take you another 100 years of slavery, suffering. But it will not happen, because we have come that our people might have life and have it more abundantly. At every age or epoch, you always have these people. They are called social reformers. They just come from the blues, the way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. Many of us would have died slaves, British slaves, if we are not listening to that man. That is why wherever you are, I have a product I will sell to you, because many people have not been privileged to test this product. I have tested 6, 7 years ago, thereabouts. If you are suffering from slavery, or you are suffering from mental slavery, psychological disorder, ideological bankruptcy, cultural neurosis, polyoeconomic bastardization, I have a drug for you. That drug is called MNK declonatine. Did you get the name? MNK declonatine. That's the name of the drug. You can only get it in one supermarket. That's at the stables of Radio Biafra. That's where you get it. So go and download an app and start patronizing Radio Biafra every day. You meet one professor there, one learned, intelligent man, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Beg him to give you teachings from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you take this tablet one per day in 14 days, you get cured. But if you have acute problem, then you need to take another one. You need to take another one, or this one you take it twice per day. If you are taking this drug every day, listen to it once every day, listen to this man, you become free. You'll be liberated. You won't know how it happens. We must continue. I'm getting to critical point of this discourse. Now, I've said that the steps to decolonization is one, debalkanization. Remove all the boundaries, all the Western puppets. First of all, if you want to be free in Africa, remove or vote out all the Western puppets from powerhouse. Have a changed leadership. The new set of people, proactive, intelligent people who don't look up to the West for anything if you want to make progress. Debalkanize, redraw your boundaries. Exclude the people or race that does not have the same cultural or religious historical affiliation with your people. 3. Evolve indigenous and equitable and ethical balanced people-oriented constitution, devoid of foreign influence. Let's have a new constitution. Change your national identity if need be. Those of you that call foolish names, change it. Imagine a great nation, a great civilization like Dahomey. All of a sudden they're bearing Benin. I just hope the Benin has any bearing to them, just like the way you're bearing Nigeria. It makes no sense. Return to indigenous African consensual democratic practices that was practiced in Africa before these invaders came. We had what Kwesi Wiredu called consensual democracy. It existed in every part of Africa. What do they call democracy? It's a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Like you have in Niger now, you have a government by the people. The people there now are Nigerians, and not one person. The government by the people of Niger. For who? For Niger people. They say, first, stop stealing. Want to use our resources to develop our land. The government by the people for the people. That's what they call democracy. But anyway, it's against the West, they'll rise. But it's enough. Enough is enough. And Africans should stop joining hands with them. No black should go and join hands to fight black people. Europe, back in the days, Britain used Ghana. They want to train soldiers from Ghana to conquer Africa. No African country should do that again. Because if you do that, this generation will rise against them. They have nothing to offer us. That is why they must be chased out of our land. Britain is your problem. That's why you're underdeveloped. 18-something, 19-something. London was the way my father's village was 35 years ago. But they've come here, stole our resources, and developed it. I was looking at a picture of New York in 1900. Then I began to feel the pains of what they have done to you and I. The stealing. Change your national identity. Return to the old indigenous African ways of life. Change your foreign policy to reflect your new decolonized orientation of values. Change your currency to detoxify it of any foreign input. Dollarization must not continue in Africa. African countries should come together and use your own local currency to transact. Restructure your political, legislature, judiciary, and all the political institutions. Remove all the foreign nonsense that are taking us backward. Nothing European has worked. We have copied the European ways of life for how many generations? Has it brought development? The answer is no. Is it going to bring development? Hell no. Change your educational policy. Remove all the nonsense. London Bridge is falling. Use local rhymes. Well, tell the Nambe story is richer. The Toto story teaches moral lessons. It points them back to where we come from. The London Bridge is falling. And I pray that bridge will fall on their head because their stealing is too much. Change all the unfriendly religions. Rewrite your own. Change your own law. Change your, whether Bible or Quran. Write it in your own language. You struggle to go and teach your children Arabic when they can't speak your local language. That doesn't make you civilized. It shows you don't know who you are. The Chinese are not doing that again. The Japanese don't do that again. The Asians, they have all moved on. It's only Africa. Don't allow the new colonies to train your military. Draw your own security master plan. Stop borrowing money from abroad. African leaders, stop borrowing. Any country that wants to develop must run away from IMF, run away from Paris Club. Don't patronize World Bank. They are not your friend. World Bank are neocolonial institutions. Change your garment. Why do you change your garment? Remove all the colonial infested ideologies, behavior, theories, ways of life. Go and join an organization that will support you to grow. I will advise you join BRICS. Because people in BRICS, the head in BRICS are not former colonizers. Stop master-slave relationship. Any country that said they are masters, don't do anything with them. Cut them away. You shouldn't have any business with any former colonial master because you are not more a slave. You are not free. Be on the same pedestal with them. Stop begging them. Don't ask for aid. You don't need their aid. You are not inferior to them. You are more intelligent than them. Even if it's as intelligent as I am, you will not run America into a ruin as it is now. Macron is not intelligent. You see the way Kenyan president flawed him. All of you are less afraid. You see white man, you're shaking. What makes him superior to you? He steals your resources. He has nothing. Use your local language as official. I've said it in Biafra, we must have local languages as official language. Let the white come here and translate it our own languages. Nothing stop you from practicing all your religions in your own language. I'm not against religion. Restructure the religion. All this freedom of religion, there's nothing called freedom of religion. Religion should be controlled. The people should be less religious. You shouldn't be having 5 churches in a locality where there's no single factory. have mosques at every junction, no industry. That's how people run to fasting and prayer instead of going to work. Provide job. Let there be job creations. People should work and be less religious. Anybody appointee coming for official appointment in your country should dress in your own indigenous attire. That's how to promote your culture. If anybody, British man, is coming to my country to ask for contract, you know where is he go? He shouldn't be allowed into the office of the president. It should be a rule. Look at when they were coroning those chiefs that ruled Britain. They give dressing code. Even an American Hollywood star that walk on the streets naked, they told them how to dress. If you're coming for this dress code, when will you have your own dress code? When will a white man sew your own clothes and wear it with proud? We don't take pride in our dignity. We have no value system we need to change. Remove all the colonial garment. All this Commonwealth, they're colonial institution. Why should you be in Commonwealth? It's an organization of colonized fools and idiots. Jump out of that. You have no business being in Commonwealth. ECOWAS, until all these institutions are led by people who win elections legitimately, people should begin to question their membership into them. Are you aware that America didn't sign the treaty to ICC? China didn't, Russia didn't sign, but America are using ICC to jail you. All the cases tried by ICC, 95% are Africans. Why? Those that destroyed Iraq, nobody has tried them. Those that destroyed Libya, nobody has tried them. Those that destroyed Biafra, nobody has asked them questions. So why should you be in ICC? No African country should be in ICC. ICC was instituted to checkmate you. Nothing else. It's time for us to begin to answer questions. We need to exit all these colonial institutions. They are not to your interest. Not at all. Then again, the last point I want to talk about is I've talked about step to colonization. How can we make progress in Africa? We need to change our mindset, change the way we reason, detoxify your thinking, the way you think. Begin to involve ideas that can help you make progress. Think about more of the people. Let's think about how can we contribute than what can I get. The stealing is too much and it has continued for too long. It's time to stop. It's time to stop stealing and start working. Abolish your slave-master relationship. I mentioned that. Or rework your cultural and religious values. Remove all colonial garments. Stop selling raw materials. Yes, stop selling raw materials to them. Deal with finished product. Let them come and build factories here. Then finally, this age and people should be people who are concerned about how our society should develop, not what we can get, how to steal. I know there are people listening to me who don't agree with me. You mustn't agree with everything I said. What we're saying is that the fact that we didn't agree to be in Nigeria, the fact that we were forced through the act of balkanization by the British, these are the ontological backgrounds for our call for referendum. We were forced into the union. Our opinion was not sought. They threatened the Oba of Calabar to go to Zungeru in Niger State to go and sign amalgamation that he didn't know the meaning. What was written there, he doesn't know. It wasn't interpreted to him. He was only told he must go there or else he will be removed. All the military formations in Africa, All their military stuff they built everywhere. The same intimidation. When you see their army, see everything, you become afraid, you won't talk. All of that nonsense has to stop. There should be no American military base in your country. British, no country should have a military base, not Russia, not anywhere. Russia is there to help you to. Now, Russia has volunteered to assist anybody to be free, but you mustn't allow them to have a military base in your country. You can have training parts and all that, but everything must be done on an equal basis. We have suffered for too long in Africa in the midst of abundance, in the midst of wealth. And this nonsense has to come to an end. We need to give ourselves new identity. And Biafrans, everywhere you are, get ready to go home, change the way you think. In Biafra, there will be plenty of changes soon. Biafra must be structured in a way that everybody will have a right. Everybody will have a good sense of belonging. The state must provide all the basic needs for all the citizens. So I want to round up on this note. Then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said I should tell those people taking glory on the sit at home that have come to an end to disease and that nonsense. Sit at home was arrested by the message he sent from DSS custody and the work IPOB has been doing. Those of you killing in Igbo land every day, stop. Stop, because we have always been friends in this country before now. Stop all the nonsense you're doing. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said I should ask Nigerian government, why are you afraid of fixing dates to hear the appeal instituted against him? How can 250 million people be afraid of one man? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are too great. I wish my children would be like you. With all the army in the zoo, they're afraid of you. The president, they can't cough. The judiciary, everybody's afraid of you. They can't fix date to come to court. Are you afraid that you will flaunt or breach international rules by coming to the case? What are you afraid of? You think holding Kanu will stop Biafra from coming? It won't. We're not asking you to release him again. If you want to hold him, hold him. We're going home. We're not waiting for you again. We have reached out to where we need to reach out to. And we're going home. So any day we're ready, we'll ask for Kanu, you don't produce him. Then you understand what you have done to yourself. Why are they killing Igbos, killing Biafrans everywhere? All the cells in the north are filled with Igbos and Biafrans. All the terrorists have been freed. Why are you keeping our people? Let us go, you refuse. Obi won election. I'm not an advocate. I didn't vote for him and I never would have voted if I were around. If I was around, rather. Even if you're doing the voting tomorrow, I can't vote. I don't believe in the zoo. I can't vote there. But everybody saw it clearly. He won the election, you refused to allow him. Allow us to go peacefully so we can remain good neighbors. Because what is coming is bigger than you. You have been pursuing Igbos, chasing us away. We have regrouped where you don't know. Many countries are taking pity with us. Today, in what's it called? The country that just came out of Spain, in Catalonia, at their city square, center square, they have rated a stone and they put a stone from Biafra land there. And they draw a Kenga on it in a far away Catalonia. They are waiting for Biafra. They put a Kenga there. And they wrote the history and everything about it. You go to their museums now, you read these trends. Many countries are taking pity on us. They saw what we have suffered. They know how all of you gang up to kill our people for no crime committed. Everybody run your economy. Let's contribute to run the center. Ojukwu and Gowon agreed. They signed because they're lower class animals. He left that place. Wilford, Harrison, whatever it's called, the demon that said he doesn't care how many Biafran children dies. Told him, don't honor it. Today that we are talking about restructuring. They don't talk about it again. Because they know the zoo is over. They have destroyed the zoo completely. They're just delaying. Let's see how much more they can steal. But that's not how to run a society. You carry these things over into your next generation. Change your ways, make peace, do what is right, go and reconcile. I said it last time, I'm repeating it today. You have a short while. If you don't make an attempt to reconcile, once we close our border, there'll be no rooms for negotiations. The head of DOS, Mazi Chikedozie, go and find a way to reach him. If you don't get to DOS to talk to them now, release our leader. Just go and apologize to release our leader, so they can part peacefully. Many countries of the world has parted. Nobody died. Why must you behave like you have no sense? You don't think of your own. Must Britain always tell you what to do? For many years, when the late Buhari, before he died and after he died, one woman, one sadist. You see, these white people that started. That's why somebody kept a young girl of 17 years. He operated on her 30 times in 4 years. Heartless, without euthanasia. They will every day tear her. A month, 2 weeks, they will tear her. And other doctors will stand behind and watch. She will scream and groan in pain. It doesn't touch them. It doesn't move them. They're heartless animals. They put a young man inside cage. They don't care. So you think they have love for you? You think they wake up one day and become your friend? How long are we going to continue in this animosity? They're killing Igbos everywhere. How long do you want to do that? You don't know that these things you are doing, we're taking record? How long? Many countries are parted peacefully. They didn't kill anybody. How come when you go to your own turn, you can't do things your own way, in a civil way, in a civilized manner, and show the other people and let them know you're civilized, you have come of age. Let them know you go small school. Some of you that have plenty books, that read plenty books. Why can't you show it? You're waiting for a white man to tell you. Don't listen to them. We'll give you a weapon to fight them. You're fighting. Now we are going to receive help. People stronger than you are ready to help us. Why are your prison filled with Igbos? They're scared of, they're using the court as a medium to continue persecuting Biafrans. IPOB has appealed against the proscription of IPOB. Why have they not called that case up to now? When will this injustice end? They are burning our houses every day. Is that not enough? I'm going to stop here so that let me bring in my friends who are on the studio with me. I'll ask a few questions before we allow Mazi Jonathan to take over. Gentlemen, like I've said, I have 3 national coordinators from Senegal. Mazi Promise Ebo is here, and I have the national coordinator of Liberia to practice, Patrick High, and I have Mazi Eze, Chukwemeka from Burkina Faso. So gentlemen, please, could you unmute yourself, introduce yourself, unmute yourself, please. Please unmute yourself and greet Biafrans. Humanity is hearing you now.
My name is Chukwemeka, national coordinator of Burkina Faso.
Yes, speak out, Mazi Chukwemeka, speak out. Your voice is too low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, just increase your volume a little.
Okay, I say my name is Chukwemeka, national coordinator of Burkina Faso. I am happy to have me in this platform.
There were Mazi, you're blessed.
Thank you.
National Coordinator Liberia, please.
Great Biafrans, I bless the name of God for every one of us, and I thank God for your resilience. This is Dr. Patrick Chukwudinigbe High, National Coordinator Liberia. We bless God for our brother Jonathan and our deputy West African rep in person of Onyuku. God bless every one of us.
The woman you are blessed. Senegal.
My name's Mazi Promise, National Coordinator of IPOB Senegal. Mazi, thank you for the opportunity given to us to be here today. Mazi Jonathan, God bless you. Mazi JC Onyuku, God bless you. And bless the IPOB leadership and all the members of IPOB worldwide.
God bless you, Mazi. The right person to thank is our HOD. Mazi Chikedozie is the one that made this possible. He's a wonderful man. The man filled with wisdom. And I know that God will complete what He started through him. And the Deputy HOD, Mazi Anthony Zoromike, Elohim, and blessed. Now, the National Coordinator Liberia, may I ask you, in your own innocent estimations, why do you think the zoo called Nigeria, is afraid of bringing Mazi Nnamdi to Supreme Court?
Yes, this is a well-calculated attempt to subjugate. The word you use, I'm gonna buttress a little bit. So subjugate and keep us in perpetual hardship. This neo-colonialism, they say they have given us independence. It is not. The intent is they don't want the eyes of indigenous Biafra to know what is happening. And by God's grace, the appeal court has said they should release him without keeping him there because he has no case to answer. And they know that Biafrans all over the world, I say something, there will be mass exodus of the whole Biafrans all over the world. Over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people will leave from various countries in the world to reconvene in their indigenous country called Biafra. That is why they don't want to release him. They don't want to bring him to court because they know he has no case to answer.
Mazi, you have spoken well. You have spoken well. I agree with you. But the only point I don't agree with you is that they want to hold on. If they want to hold on, they should go ahead. IPOB has changed strategy. Our leaders will say the dogs are wise. They don't understand. They are not mere human beings. The people who run in this struggle are intelligent people. That is why when I look at them, the way they act, the way they do things, I admire and envy them. They are real role models. They don't rush into things. They plan. Somebody call it a master strategy. You enter power, things are worse 100 times. Buhari regime now has become a good government regime compared to now, with a master strategy, with a fake foreign certificate. For the same Buhari has no certificate. This one even have a foreign one. Now, but one with foreign certificate, the regime is worse than the man that didn't go to school. He had nothing. They say, may bring NEPA bill. And he came with NEPA bill. He ruled and died, and they continue using his name and plundered and raped the country. All the money he stole, he brought all his Fulanis from the Sahel, come and kill, get them AK-47, go everywhere, kill, collect ransom. They collect now. All the money he stole back to Niger. Now they've taken over power, he can't go back there. That is why it's not good to do evil. If you're doing evil, evil will wait for you. All the evil you have done, they will catch up with you. There's something called nemesis is real. So these people now should stop doing evil because they don't know where they will need Biafra tomorrow. The whole world will need Biafra. Biafra is a superpower in making. Superpower. We will not import cars in Biafra. As I speak now, there are over 3 car manufacturing factories. A young girl was bragging from South Korea that they have no resources, that they have some of the largest refineries in the world, that they buy crude from Nigeria at cheap, ridiculous rate and refine and sell back to Nigeria and make good profit. Can you imagine this? So that they're selling oil to Nigeria and the master strategies in town. So Mazi, God bless you. Now, as the promise of Senegal, your country is one of those countries purported to be led by this Western puppet. What is the impact of neocolonialism in Senegal?
Yeah, Maz, thank you so much. Yeah, in
In French,
Senegal.
so to say.
Yes, yeah, in Senegal. French colonized them. But now it's rising up. They are saying the guard. The guard means go. France, the guard. They are writing it on. They are saying it, and that is the problem the country is having because of the president, the current president. Now, the citizens don't like him because he's working with the French government. They know the new government. That is the problem in this country now. They want change. They say France should go. They don't need France again.
Mm-hmm. And France must.
So now, and France must go. Africa is rising up now. The youth want to take over.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. You know, Onyendu has been preaching for over 10 years. People don't know, you know, the black man, envy and jealousy will not allow them to acknowledge you. Oh, since it's an Igbo man, don't talk about it. He is not the one. Onyendu told you the day will come that the youth will rise and demand for their right. The revolution going on now, in Marxism, there's something that Marx said. Karl Marx said that the relationship between the bourgeois, the farm owners, and the what do you call it, the proletariat, the workers, that when you press these people, the workers, to the wall, they get to a point where they will revolt. He said, don't wait till that breaking point before you revolt. Say, that's you should precipitate for a change, advocate for a change. And in every generation, once these social reformers begin to agitate, things changes. Slavery was on until some people begin to speak against it. It's this precipitation, these agitations, asking questions that made them say, these people don't know, they're not changing. They enter colonialism. It went on for almost 100 years. People began to question it, begin to query them. They're not changing. Now we're the new colonialism. But new colonialism is collapsing. And before them in their eyes. Because all of this nonsense revolves around capitalism, democracy. All of that will collapse. But I'm not a prophet of doom. More countries will go down that are being held caged by this Western puppet. We are not asking for war in Africa. We are not asking for political instability. All we are asking for, give us leaders that have people-oriented program, not thieves. Look at all the one they remove. They go to their house, they see where they pack money. Anybody that have so much quest for amassing of wealth shouldn't rule. If I'm in a position to advise, anybody that must rule in Africa is somebody that have a conservative mindset, not somebody who wants to be a billionaire. Billionaire should not rule. Aristotle advocated that the leaders should be the philosopher kings. Are those people that are giving military training. They are not people who are looking for too much money. They are not people who are prone to pleasure. They are people who live sacrificial lives. People like Maz Namdekana, who don't think about themselves. They think about the people. They think about the society. They think about the common man. Those are people who should rule. Not people that are looking for how to buy all the land, how to break people's property, revoke it, and take the land. No, those are not leaders. They're scavengers. And that is the greed that runs the Western civilization. And that's why I said that the greatest evil they've done to Africa is bequeathing that greed. The greed of capitalism that be bequeathed to all the African leaders, to people ruling, the ones that are allowed to rule. God bless you, Mazi. Then Mazi Eze of Burkina Faso. In your own calculation, there was a video that's trended in the social media where the mining company in Burkina Faso used bulldozer to smash the vehicle that they used because they were leaving. And the young man that sat him for years was there. He was like, can't you dash me this car since you're going? They said, no, you don't deserve it. We have used you all your life. You people are animals. You are not good. You're only good for exploitation. You can't get the car. They smash the vehicle. Then how do you equate the wickedness of the West Do you think your own thinking that Africa should deal with the West in any way? People that can destroy a vehicle that is no more useful to them, something that will no longer be useful to them. They can't give it to somebody that they have exploited, they've used all their life. How do you quantify the wickedness of a white man? The white-eyed Caucasians that are forming God in Africa to the local ones, the local moles they use. Because those people empower all these politicians that they use are there. That's why they're the same way, they think the same way. Do you think there's any similarity? If I say that the politicians in Africa learned wickedness from the West, do you think that is correct?
Yes. The politicians from Africa learned. Yes, the politicians from Africa learned the wickedness from Europeans. Because when you look at it, how they behave and how wicked they are to their own people, you discover that this wickedness is from them. So there is no need of having mercy for these Europeans. They have done more than, and the youth have waken up. For instance, in this Burkina Faso, they have decided and they have taken their fate. This Burkina Faso, they have decided, and the young boy, the president, they are fully support of everything he's doing. So they don't want anything again, anything the West, anything from the West, the imperialists, they don't want it because all they are suffering, all the jihadist attack they are having is from all these imperialists. Their president have come out clearly and said that all this is new colonialist affair to bring them down, but they will never accept it. So we as people, we Biafrans, we don't need to still having that doubt if our problem is from the West or not. Our problem is from them, and we don't need to start still having fighting or still having doubt. Let us take our faith by our hands so that we'll be able to be free and completely free. All they are doing is psychophants. Honestly, this is what I have to tell our people.
God bless you, Mazi. You are correct. They learned the wickedness from them. The history has it that the blacks that followed France to the World War, they fought the Germans. But today you see that the Germans can enter Britain or enter the France easily. But the blacks that had them to fight, we struggle, we suffer to get visa. Now, listen to this. All the soldiers that went to France to the World War to fight the Germans, after the war, they demanded equal pay with their white counterparts. Do you know that France killed all of them?
Yes,
and one black man will wake up and he's bearing the name of those people that killed them.
No.
Somebody in Africa now will wake up and bear their name. They call Hitler. They say Hitler is one of the most wicked men. He killed, is it 3 or 4 million Jews only? King Leopold of Belgium killed 10 million Congolese. His name is not anywhere in history as wicked people. And Congolese will be bearing his name. And this is the thing that gets me angry. All the evil that all these Western puppets, all the moles, all the infiltrators used by the West, all the wickedness, the greed, all the stealing they do, they learn it from the West. They come to Africa and steal. The only difference is their own, they steal, they share it to everybody in their society. When they give this one change, they will encourage them, come and hide it in Europe. They will use it to be developing and run the economy. Some of them, after a while, they will send their secret agent to go and assassinate them, and they take over all the whole money. Switzerland keeps the money of all the stolen wealth in Africa. Their name is not the list of corrupt countries. They are not corrupt. And they know these monies are stolen, they're people's money. African government will collect loan and return it to them to hide in their private account, confidential account. And they know they won't talk. So the West are the most corrupt and the most wicked and most heartless people. And if Africa must make progress, we must turn away from them. Go to those people that don't have colonial mentality. All the countries that didn't colonize anybody, they will deal with you as human beings. The West will always see you as inferior. One country, one former head of state, was it Gambia, said that Somebody told him they will give him 5% of their resources. But like, how can you pay me 5%? Do you know, before you know it, the organized queue will remove him. All the queues in Africa were organized by the West. All the assassinations, Patrice Lumumba, all of them, mentioned them, Thomas Sankara, all these people were killed by the West. But enough is enough. That is why we must not give them rooms again. We don't hate our people, not even the political leader. All we're asking for is develop your society. Our people are dying in the Mediterranean Sea. People are struggling to cross to Europe. They are dying in large numbers. They are running away from where the resources is. France has a very wicked policy. The asylum policy in Europe says that wherever the first place that the asylums make contact, that's where they should stay. And the closest in proximity is Italy. So most of them are running to Italy. When they come, Italy will take France as absorption. They will refuse. And it's France that is causing all the problem in Africa. All the so-called terrorism are sponsored by France, Britain, America. All the Western new colonial powers are the ones sponsoring. The president of the European Union said they want to come back to Africa. The African youth will arise. We will resist them. It will not happen again. The era of going to train people in Ghana to come and fight in West Africa will not happen again. Never. We are ready for them. Africa must make progress. Our children must live free and live good life. No part of Africa that does not have enough resources to develop. There's no country, even in the zoo called Nigeria, that doesn't have resources. They should go and manage their resources and live happily. You don't need to go and steal. People are dying in Baosa. People are hungry there. They are stealing their resources. Britain is stealing. Shell is busy stealing. Chevron is there stealing. Those stealings has to stop. So the West need to leave us alone in Africa. Let us manage our resources. Let us begin to look inward. Let us begin to think. Africa was doing well. I don't believe there was any gain of colonialism. Nothing. We gained nothing with the contact with the West. They have involved street lights in Benin before what they call them. The Portuguese got there for the first time. London was known as city of thieves. In Igbo land in those days, you leave your market wares at the market square and go home. Come back the next day, meet it the same way it is. Back in the days in the village, you can shade a particular product in the front of your house, put a tray, put it there and walk away. Write plus, put the price tag on a paper there. Somebody will come, drop the money there, use something to suspend it and walk away. Nobody steals. Africans don't know how to steal. These people came to steal or teach us how to steal. Profit maximization. Greed. Enough is enough. Europe need to leave Africa alone. We want to move at our own pace and develop. And this is where we're going to stop. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we love you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cares about our freedom. He has paid the price and we're going to be free. We're not waiting for the zoo again. They told by Sejo for the zoo release date for the Supreme Court. Nonsense. They know people are in New York now asking questions. That's what they always do. Those demons called Britain, that's what they always do. When they brought a new ambassador, the new one came close to the election. The other ambassador didn't do well. He didn't do what he should do. Every day they sit in their foolish house. They're asking the Commonwealth Secretary question. They're always asking questions. For 2 years, their citizen is put in a windowless cell for 2 years because he asked for the freedom of his people. The most useless, wicked country on the surface of earth is Britain. And they're stealing is over. They won't be able to steal again because something bigger than them is on the way. Biafrans start going home little by little because your season of departure has come. Courtesy of the sacrifice made by this our great prophet, leader, liberator, savior, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We love you. So I appreciate you all, Biafrans, for listening to us. God bless you. So everybody, get yourself ready. Start moving home little by little. Anytime the leadership, the trumpet sounds, then so be it. There will be no room for negotiations. There will be no rooms for negotiations. That is where I'm going to stop. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. God bless you, sir.
There we.
God bless you, sir. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, I must confess, you're doing a wonderful work. Everybody, the viewers have been fantastic. A lot of people do so much that nobody sees. All of you, my God will bless all of you. There's one thing that brought us here. I know once our people are free, some of us might retire forever, but we must build a country that people will be proud of. The next generation will be proud of. We must decolonize everything. The teachings we are doing are very great. We've been having this thrill, and I want to suggest that we begin to think about people that will rewrite some of these things. All our religious literature needs to be colonized. People should gather. They gathered in Alexandria, a city called Alexandria in Egypt. They brought a few religious leaders. They begin to canonize what we call Bible. It's a compilation of a book. You can't find the word Bible in any page of that scripture. So they came together, they brought some books, the ones that are good for slaves, they keep for us. There are certain things in the Catholic Bible they don't allow you to know because they know what they want you to hear, what they don't want you to hear. Why can't our people sit down and write our own? Not a translation of what the British has written. Let us begin to write these books to suit our Afrocentric hermeneutics, our way of life, our heritage, our culture. So that's what other people, other cultures have done. Everybody that developed in discovering the originality and their spirituality. We can't continue living in denials. We can't continue living in fake lives. We want to be what we are not. The French brought the principle of assimilation. How many Africans were truly assimilated to be French? The answer is zero. So they brought all this garbage to make a European out of Africans. It doesn't work. So let's do our own things that will help us develop. They will master.
There were.
Master Jonathan.
Yes. I was talking, but my mic was. So, very much. Thank you very much, all of you that have made it in order to talk to Biafrans today, and this is where we are going to stop. Where we are going to close the program for today. There were Mazi Onyukwu.
I'm grateful, sir. God bless you, sir.
Some lovers from the horse's mouth in the gospel. This is where we are going to call it a quit for today's program. Tomorrow is another day. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan, together with Mazi Onyukwu and the West African coordinators, some of them, it is simply good evening.
The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwuabiama. Emeka si Biafra, Emeka si Biafra, Kaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Kamiri, Kaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Kamiri, Biafra Kane. Sunday, Waboye, Anijala, Naloma. Wana lemo kano na lombo, wana juno, wasina Biafra natago. Chukwu kika Biama, onyagi nonaka, Biamerani ye mama. Sunday, Waboye, Anijala, Nalanamo. Biafra Baloma, Ala Chukwu Goziri, Ala Manamo, Ala Chukwu Goziri, the rising sun. Mbembuka Purugu Wesi, Nojihe Matakiri, Owe Nakayenu, Akafuwa Yufu Wetoya. maka na ọnọdụ udo adịrọ n'igwe mma. Sọkwe lee ndị ala adịghị mma, ndị zuru, ndị na-aṅụ ọbara mmadụ, ndị okwu ha abịakwala n'ọzọ ka ha kwatusu Biafra. Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka na anyị ga-ala ụgbọ abụghị anyị je nwere onwe anyị, ụgbọ abụghị anyị ji ala. Biafra na-atago. The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, a home of hope of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promise. Biafra na-atago. The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, a home of hope of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promise. The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, a home of hope of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promise.
From Olo province of Biafra land, and today is the 3rd day of September 2023. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is a revolutionary radio instituted by Mazen Nnamdi Okuchukwu Kanu, who is the leader, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, but he is in the Nigeria secret police dungeon, illegally detained, because he was illegally renditioned from Kenya with the tacit support of Britain, whose passport Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was holding, or is still holding, even at the point of rendition in Kenya, and sent illegally back to Nigeria, breaking international laws. Britain, Kenya, and Nigeria, they broke international laws. They didn't have any regard for the rule of law, for human rights. Britain is always trying to, shamefully champion Britain. They always tell us or give lectures on human rights and the maintenance of the rule of law. But Britain directly involved in renditioning one of our citizens, Mazen Nnamdi Okuchukwu Kanu, right from a third country, Kenya, to Nigeria. Something they prevented in the 1982 or 83, when the then head of Nigerian state, late Buhari, also tried to kidnap Umaru Dikko, although albeit Umaru Dikko was a criminal, and he is never, or he has never been a citizen of the United Kingdom. Umaru Dikko stole billions of dollars, naira, and all of them from Nigeria and ran down to Britain, where Britain secured him. When the then military head of state, Buhari, tried to kidnap him from Britain, they were caught. The agents sent to do the job, they were caught by the same Britain. And people went to jail. Some 8 years, 3 years, some people were deported. And Britain had a heavy diplomatic role for over a criminal, Umaru Dikko, who was not even a British national. He never held the British passport. But Britain had to, in order to protect a criminal, because he brought money from, stole money from Nigeria to Britain. Britain has to jail people involved
both Nigeria agents and the Mossad agents that were hired and other collaborators, and deported some people, and also made sure that they had diplomatic roles with Nigeria for many years. But here, Britain hypocritically is a hypocritical country. See, they planned and renditioned a British citizen named Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwu Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria. The reason why, because he was logically, legally, legitimately advocating for self-determination of Biafran people through a referendum. But because it was not for the interest of Britain. You know, Britain is the number one, thief in the whole world. Britain is number one. They steal from very impoverished countries, and they will come around and tell you that, oh, they are fantastically corrupt, oh, they are this and that. They are not. They renditioned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria and kept him there. It is a direct command of Britain. This is how they show people their true color. Every day they stand without being ashamed. They stand and start telling people about the rule of law. You have to maintain the rule of law. You have to, maintain democracy. Their own democracy, maintenance of democracy is complete. For their interest, complete. It doesn't matter who died or who was slaughtered, who gets slaughtered. That is not their problem. This is the world we are in. But we have discovered their system. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even upon being renditioned, he was sent to the court, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu defeated the Nigeria government in their own court. And the Nigeria Appeal Court gave a verdict on the 13th day of October 2022 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be discharged and acquitted. And not only that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never stand trial in any Nigerian court any longer. But since 13th of October 2022 till today, the Nigerian government refused to obey their own court. They refused to obey the rule of law, the court order, their own court order, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime known to Nigerian law. You understand? That is the world we are sitting. That is the evil world we are in. When Britain tells you about democracy, they are telling you about installing a puppet, their own puppet that will be helping them to steal gas and oil and all the minerals in Nigeria and in other African countries. That is what they mean by their democracy. Very shameless. That is who they are. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we are going to defeat Britain with superior arguments. That is what we are doing. Because what is good for the geese is good for the gander also. Remember that Britain, Margaret Thatcher called Nelson Mandela when she was MP, member of parliament, during the ANC struggle. British government called ANC a terrorist organization. They labeled Mandela a terrorist, an international terrorist. If you understand me. But they didn't stop apartheid to be kicked out of South Africa. Do you see it? I could remember when Theresa May came, when she was the Prime Minister, he came to visit South Africa, and on the way to Robben Island, a British journalist, that's why I love them anyway, when they are talking about their politics, internal politics, these Western journalists, you see them bring their, their profession, exhibit their profession without fear of favor. Once they are dealing with their internal affairs, they don't miss words. But once, if they are dealing on international politics, like African politics and, news about Africa, it is there they try to deceive, polish news in order to deceive. The man was asking Theresa May. He said, now, you are going to visit a person that you labeled a terrorist during your time. I think as a member of parliament in the UK government. What are you going to say about it? I watched it. Even the woman, the British Prime Minister as of then, Theresa May, some years back, was not comfortable. She was a kind of stuttering. The man was asking if he want to get out from the question. The man will bring him back. He said, now, you label this man a terrorist, but now you are going to visit his solitary confinement in Robben Island. He brought him back. He brought her back. And the woman was stuttering, talking gibberish. That is the way they are going to talk. Because the restoration of Biafra will even herald a new beginning. So that we will treat with each other, with Britain, with America, with all countries, with mutual respect, mutual benefit. Not what they are doing in Africa today. Not the exploitation that they are holding in Africa, they continue doing exhibiting in African countries today. In the name of using democracy. Because this democracy is just a term coined by the Europeans in order to continue their neo-colonialist agenda in Africa. What I'm telling you is reality. How many democratic countries in Africa are progressing? Is Cameroon not a democracy? Where their president, that one, I don't know, the great-grandfather, since 50-something years, he's in power. Is it not democracy installed by the Europeans that made the Bongo family to continue ruling? What of Togo? Yatema. A family. Remember that the father of this present president, the former president Yatema, he was paid to kill the first president of Togo. That said no to France's neo-colonialist agenda. He refused to sign the pact, the secret pact for continuation of colonization, signed by every francophone president that enters power. That man refused, and they paid Yatema whether $600 or $800 as of that time, in order to kill the man direct. And they killed that fine president who was killed, Olympio, if I'm not mistaken. He was killed by Yatema. And after dying, his son took over till today. And today, we are hearing that the European Union force, they are mobilizing in Togo. You know that is the continuation of the scramble for Africa. But this time around, it is no more business. It's not going to be business as usual. Remember, America tried all their best in order to subjugate Afghanistan, but they got resistance from the people. The people, it doesn't matter with your military power. Once the population is against you, there is nothing you can do. I am telling you, it's a matter of time. Who is in power today? Who runs the government of Afghanistan today? It is the Taliban. The people that we are called names, killed by Americans, done everything. But it doesn't matter the number of years. They resisted because it is their land. A foreigner will come and go, but the owner of the land will remain. So they are in power now. And the world is dealing with them. You have no choice. Because you have to respect international laws. The sovereignty laws, Westphalian sovereignty laws. That is the reality. So it doesn't matter what the Europeans or the West, they have the weapons, they have everything. But we, the indigenous people in Africa, we are in our continent. We are patient. The Europeans, they are because for them, ECOWAS is wasting time in order to go to war against Niger. Now they come direct, stationing in Togo, their military forces. But you can win the war, but you can, to win the peace will be the problem. America won the war in Afghanistan. I could remember when George W. Bush was black, happy on television that they bombed Tora Bora with the Tomahawk missile. After all those things, the end justifies the means. Who is there today? America tried everything in order to find a saving face to run away from Afghanistan. Because you can bomb, you can occupy people with military force, but you come and rule now. That is the problem. One day you will run away. Once the people are against you, there is nothing you can do. It doesn't matter, it takes 1 year, it can take 10 years, it can take 20, 50 years, you must surely run away. That is the reality. Because the population, African populace, is now opening eyes on our suffering in that continent. That, they smartly installed people, that are representing only their benefit in the name of democracy. Today, Africans are waking up. You understand? That is why today I'm going to talk on a topic that says genuine Pan-Africanism. That is the topic of our discussion today. Therefore, I want each and every one of you listening to me to invite your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is where we preach the gospel of liberation. The gospel of genuine Pan-Africanism is not making mouth service. No. We say it the way it should be, so that we shall progress, so that Africa will restore its space in this beautiful earth we are in. Because we have been a people cajoled, subjugated, enslaved, in any way, continuous exploitation till today. But it is time to say no. And we are doing it systematically. That is why we are agitating for the restoration of Biafra. IPOB is championing it. And our supreme leader is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. Albeit being released, ordered to be released, discharged and acquitted by the Nigerian court. But the Nigerian government, they don't obey their own law, their own court order. And it's a democracy, isn't it? Very ironic. But they are the people that are trying to go to restore democracy in Niger. Britain is using them. France is using them. The West is using them just for their interests. Do you see? I continue saying this. History is repeating itself. Africans were used to conquer Africans. During the transatlantic slavery. What started this transatlantic slavery? When the Portuguese merchants, they were coming to West Africa, buying and selling, bringing their goods and taking African goods also in exchange. Buying and selling, normal. Until they came one time, I think in 16th century, 15 something. Now the 15th century is 14 something, 1400s. The seller of that ship say, no, let us try to enter inwards in order to look for another type of merchandise. And he ventured inside in the in the interior of present-day Mauritania. And they captured some people there. Some people, Africans, about whether 10 or 100 of them. They captured them and secretly took them to their ship and off they went. What happened when they arrived in Portugal with these people? These people started pleading that, look, spare us. Do not take us. Do not enslave us. We will rather help you become your agents in Africa. so that we will capture our brothers. We have people that we have been waging wars. They now remember their enemies, the other African, tribes that are their enemies. We will help you conquer them. Now, we become your enemy, your agents. You empower us. And that talk, they found the favor in the king of Portugal that time. And after signing some treaty with those people, either 10 or 100 of them, I couldn't remember, but it is either 10 or 100. Either 10 of them. Now, do you know what happened? The European, the Portuguese, they brought back these slaves. Instead of arriving in the shores of Africa and turning against them, these people fulfilled their promise and carried them to other tribes with their arms. Their then guns as of that time. And used them, guided them, used the Portuguese now, guided them and went as either clan or other tribe and captured a whole people. Now the Portuguese were happy. But inside them, they were surprised. What type of people are these? People that can sell their brothers. And they remarked that thing, that mentality. And that is what they have been dealing with. When you talk about black race, African, they label them in the black book, the Europeans, the West. People that can sell their own, for their own private interest. It never changed it today. And they empower these people. And they become their agents. And all other things were history. That was the start of transatlantic slavery. They are still doing the same thing today. And let me tell you also, do you know why? When they established the first church, the Roman Catholic Church arrived first in Onitsha. In 19th century, 1857 to be precise, if I'm not mistaken. Why they accepted them? It is not because of any other thing to worship or no. Onitsha accepted them because in order for them to use them as foreigners with a power to be dealing with the Obosi people, Obosi. All this I'm telling you is they are historical facts, because they have been having skirmishes with their neighbors, their own brothers, Obosi. These clannish problems, that is common, which is normal. But the mistake Africans are making, or made and are still making, is collaboration with the white people, with strangers, in order to deal against their own. This thing made the European other races to label Africa as traitors. Till today, it is in all their books, all their secret books, that Africans are traitors, self-traitors. You understand? Something that other races don't do. When the Chinese were in their civil war, they were fighting each other. Normal, because every race in this world, there are problems everywhere. In Europe fought tribal wars more than in Africa. I used to say this. I want you to research whatever we say here on Radio Biafra. It's not we don't say things because we just say it. No, these are historical facts. The Visigoths, the Gothics, they wanted to kill themselves into extinction. You understand? How do you call these pirates? Today you are using as a secret society mantra. The pirates, they are these Scandinavians. They go for them. The Western Europeans fear them like anything, because they say they go like lightning. They don't know how they come. They don't know how they go. The pirates, they kill themselves until they want to, kill themselves into extinction. In Europe, Europeans, they were cannibals. But after they started thinking, they said, no, let us stop these wars. As I was saying, when Chinese were having wars between themselves, Japan tried to benefit from brothers fighting in order to invade them, to colonize them. And when these warring factions Chinese warring factions saw that another stranger, foreigner, is coming to invade them. One didn't make an agreement with Japan to side in order to kill the other. No. The two of them, they quickly, as wise people, two of them quickly made peace with themselves and said, look, if we are fighting, we are brothers, so no, we have internal issues. We are killing ourselves, no problem. It's better we kill ourselves than foreigners come to kill us. You understand? So they quickly made peace and started resisting Japan as a common people. So that after everything, if they finish fighting, wedding off strangers, now if they want, let them continue their own war. It's their own thing, brotherly fight. It doesn't matter. That is how wise people reason. But Africans don't reason like that. That is why I say Africans, they have not reached a mental, that advanced mental state of enlightenment. I used to say it here, you know, and think about what I'm saying. How can you, two brothers, for example, in a family, if two brothers, they can be fighting. But if a foreigner come, you know, if they are wise, they will make peace, even temporary truce, and now face the foreigner. That is how wise people do. That is how wise people behave. Because they are wise. It is wisdom. But if a foreigner came now and meet them fighting and join one, now one will say, yes, I have a partner now. Help me kill my brother. After killing your brother, the foreigner will turn against you and will enslave you. Do you understand? That is the mistake of Africans. They allow the West in order to continue using them. So that impoverishing Africans, they don't care. They don't care. Any person that rises up, Thomas Sankara rose up in 1983 as a young, vibrant fellow that wants this neo-colonialism out of Burkina Faso. They still use his brother to kill him. And all the things he worked, all of them, they turned them round. That man is still in Blaise Compaoré. He's still in Côte d'Ivoire. He is in exile. What these people fail to understand is that it doesn't matter you are a billionaire, you are a president, or you are whatever, you will die one day. When Silva Berlusconi died, I was marveled. Because this man was a man that I read one time. His doctor was boasting that, you know, Silva Berlusconi, he will continue making Silva Berlusconi 50 years younger than his age. Get #1 kidney. Every time any organ that is not has any slightest problem, they will change it. So he boasted that Silva Berlusconi will live very long life. But it is not like that. You understand? It is not like that. Everybody must end. Everybody must be extinguished. This oxygen you are breathing, one day it will no more function, you will no more breathe it. The heart will stop. What matters is the legacy. Because whether you are from Africa, from America, everybody, the ultimate end of every human being is death. The problem is, what legacy did you lay in this planet Earth? That is the thing. But all these African politicians, they don't care about it. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Look at Paul Biya of Cameroon. Shamelessly, Macron used to stand up, welcome him. That man is no more living in Cameroon. He lives in Switzerland. He comes to Cameroon. They carry him to come to Cameroon only during election time, election period. That is only time. By his great-grandchildren. He don't know what is happening in Cameroon. But the Europeans are having field day over there. They made the beer less costly than water. Water is more costly than beer, alcohol in Cameroon. Drink yourself into stupor. Dance makosa. Do any other thing, but don't talk about politics. That is Cameroon for you. That is the truth. That is the truth. And France is happy. The Europeans, the West, they are happy. Oh, it's democracy. It's democracy. They're promoting democracy. Africans, we need to rise up and take our space, take charge of our destiny. It's not going to be palatable. We have forces to contend with. It is going to be a strategic war or fight. Strategic fight. Fight of wise fight. You understand me? That is why every time I say it, it's for those that are saying why some countries are going from one colonization to another. Talking of China, Russia, others. I disagree completely. You cannot wrestle yourself out of a powerful hand oppressor by yourself. You have to do it siding an opposing force, equal and opposing force to that your oppressor. America is today a separate country that detached themselves from Britain. Who helped them? It was France. Without France, America wouldn't be a country today. They would have been part of British colony till today. They wouldn't have had the government they have today. There would have been another type of government, maybe like Australia, bowing down to the Queen. Do you understand me? They wouldn't have been a powerful country they are today. If not of France. France was a powerful country as of that time, in the 18th century, or 19th century, early 19th century. France was powerful also. So, in order to remove themselves to fight a powerful country like Britain, the colonies, the 13 American colonies, they have to beg France to help them. And France came to their rescue. Because France, no matter their European neighbors with Britain, they are having competitions. They are friendly enemies. Or they were friendly enemies. You understand? So, America at that time, the Unionists, they use that benefit. They made use of that benefit between two fighting giants, and they brought one giant to side them. Did France after colonize America? Is it not America today that is even being in front of France? Is the France pursuing America like licking us? Is it not the same? Is it not it? You in this world, you have to profit. Anywhere you should, you have your interest, you grab it, even if it is temporal. Grab it. No attachment of this sentiment. No. There is no sentiment in international politics. Anywhere you see, you are anything you can grab for your benefit. As of that time, you take it. If you go, now you use your God-given wisdom, because a country is filled up with people that has wisdom. Now you use your wisdom think tanks in order to wriggle out of the hold of that new strong person. That is how it is done. So when people say that Africa is trying to get out from one colonial master to another, I beg to disagree. It is lie. Why didn't France colonize America? When they ran away from British colony, with the tacit support of France, direct support, they didn't hide it. They brought arms to fight against Britain. After, why didn't France recolonize America? But all these things you don't ask. You don't ask all these questions because you don't know. You are ignorant. Anything they talk. When you see people analyzing all these episodes, African episodes on mainstream media, people you think you see that they are intellectuals. You see that their understanding is highly limited. The way they see things is completely limited to reality. You understand me? You see somebody when he's talking because he's a PhD from Cambridge. He has to talk for the interest of where he schooled in Britain. That is the truth. They don't tell you the reality, the bottom reality of things. No, they don't tell you. You see the analysis just like you know, it doesn't reach the ground. So many of them, they don't make sense. So any person, any powerful country that you can align to, in order to get what you want, grab what you want as of that time, you grab it. You get something. In international politics, it is win, getting interest. As of that time, if you grab that thing you want, now after now, you use your diplomacy might, every might, in order to wriggle, continue holding your interest. That is how it is. When Mandela came out from jail, he started visiting. He invited even people from both Palestine, you know, friendly to them. And when he visited America, they were asking him, Mandela, you say you are championing democracy. Why are you making friends with the people that are terrorists? Palestinians, terrorists. That is how they ask him. You know one thing Mandela Madiba answered them. He said the most mistake the West is making is thinking that their enemies should always be our enemies. That is not done. It's not done. When they were, after all, America sided with Britain in order to support apartheid, give them arms, encourage them to slaughter black people. Now, when you come to people that helped you, Cuba helped apartheid regime. I mean, anti-apartheid. Cuba, Fidel Castro helped the ANC. China helped. Even Russia helped them in order to gain independence from apartheid. Now, when you come out, they want you to just hate them because you are. They will order you just hate those that that helped you. Does it make sense? And you will just blindly accept. This is a war, a world whereby we are all equal. In this world, equally created, all of us came out nude. No human being came out from the mother's womb with a clothes or with any other thing. No. The same way everybody came out. The same way I come out from my mother's womb is the same way Joe Biden, the American president, came out from his mother's womb. Everybody in this planet Earth. And all of us is going to die. So why do we feel inferior? It doesn't make sense. Before I go to the subject matter today, I will just read I think one or two headlines. News headlines, please. Okay. Days when Naira will be stronger than US dollar is coming back. Redeem the Church Overseer Pastor Adebayo predicts. That is, let me see, September 3, 2023 news headline. Are you seeing it? They are selling stupidity to people. This that the GOs, this so-called God of men or men of dogs, I don't know. They are selling stupidity to the people, to the population. Days when Naira will be stronger than US dollar is coming back. All these things is once they made an agreement at the backyard, secrecy. Tinubu will call them and tell them, look, you have to brainwash people to support my government. And they will come and start prophesying. Oh, we are predicting, we are prophesying. It will be so. The Komoyi have been saying that Nigeria will be paradise since 1986, praying for Nigeria till today. The same thing. But the problem is the people that are going on all these things, the people that are believing all these things, they continue acting like animals, believing. You don't ask this man, say, Oga sir, how is Naira going to be stronger? When you manufacture nothing, when your source of foreign income is only natural resources like petroleum. Even though you don't refine petroleum, You drill it, but you don't refine it. How is it going on? How? When you import everything into Nigeria, you import everything. So you are working for other countries. The whole citizens are working for other countries. But because when you are using foreign products, you are slave to all these people. You are making them to expand their factories, their industries, by importation. Every time you are in China, imported. There are people in China. No need of traveling to and fro. Our people now, they know. In order to cut costs, one person will go to China and stay. Others will be in Nigeria. Just they will transmit money, and he will buy goods and import. So we are just, you see that we are just doing boy for Chinese, mostly, and only taking commission. Because everything you import, you don't manufacture nothing. So how are you going to earn your reserve? I mean foreign reserve. How? Foreign currency. How? I read one time, last time, I think they said the foreign reserve, Nigerian foreign reserve is either $3 billion only. A country of 230 something million people. Reserve is, foreign reserve, whether $3 billion. Whereas Gaddafi, during his time, he had a external reserve of more than $150 billion. Highest in Africa, with no external debt. That is why they killed that man. A Pan-Africanist. But here they are predicting to you. And in that church, once you say, people will say, amen. Say, okay, rise, let us pray. You see Neanderthals praying. You ask them, is this the way that Dubai became who they are today? By just predicting and everybody clapping and shouting hallelujah. Now, before you know it, magic wand, things change, and the country, Naira started having value over dollar. Can you, even all these type of headlines, other nationals are reading it. It is highly shameful for this to make a headline in Nigeria. It is highly shameful. That is why Nigeria shame every one of us. A pastor predicting, Naira will be more than dollar. And everybody is reading it. You are shouting amen. Ordinary electricity you don't have. If you want to set up a factory in Nigeria today, you will budget for an electric generator that will be either even more costly than the whole factory you are trying to set up. It will be engulfing a different money every day, fueling it to run your factory, because there is no electricity. These people will not tell you that, look, at least we need electricity 24/7. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor? Let me ask. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor so that Nigerians will have light, electricity? You see that this is a grand conspiracy in Nigeria by Britain. I say Britain. So that to deny Nigeria, the type of suffering they put in Nigeria is too unearthly suffering. All this so that the people will not rise up. Because they know that when there is electricity, people will start doing something. You understand? There will be manufacturing, mostly by Biafrans. Igbo people will start making use of it. Instead of, in order to deal with Igbo people, they are suffering everybody. And no electricity. Everybody, you have the highest importers of electric generator is Nigeria in the world. And what all these politicians do, Britain encourages them, go outside, go Malaysia, go China, build a generator factory, so that you'll be sending it to Nigeria. That is what they do. They are suffering people unnecessarily. And the worst of it is this, that the people in Nigeria don't know that they are suffering artificially. It's artificial suffering. Some people are putting this suffering artificially. It is not natural. Now they use clergymen in order to sedate Nigerians, give them tranquilizers so that they continue sleeping. Oh, Naira will rise up in Jesus' name. Everybody will say amen. And you start invoking the spirit of Naira to come and prayers. That is how America became a great country, isn't it? That is how Australia became what it is. Is that the way China became what it is today? Sometimes what is happening and things that is happening in Nigeria. I don't blame one of our brothers. The program is one of the media warriors. The program like this, he will be too comic in order to laugh. Otherwise, I'm telling you honestly. Otherwise, he went heart attack immediately. Because the stupidity of Nigerians has no equality. I am telling you. Now, people have said amen. Naira will be stronger than dollar. Soon. Said by who? By Redeem the Church Overseer at the Pastor Adebayo. They know that they are con men. They are deceiving people, and they are doing it with seriousness, alacrity. All in the name of making money. All in the name of making money. They are scamming people. The worst part of it is that police, the Nigerian police, they will be looking for all these Yahoo boys. Small boys that are looking for what they can get and eat. I am not condoning any of them, any evil. But why not go for all these big scammers that are sedating ordinary people with a so-called word of God and prayers? No, they don't. They will not do it because it's serving their purpose. That is the reason. We must continue. I will go straight to the topic of my submission, which is genuine Pan-Africanism. I want to just define a literal definition of Pan-Africanism. It's a general term that have as their common goal the unity of Africans and the elimination of colonialism and white supremacy from the continent. You know, they call it the goal. The common goal is the unity of Africans. They didn't define unity at what expense. The same way Nigeria unity. They don't define the unity. How? How can you have unity without equity? How can you have unity at some people's expense? How? They don't, that only that unity. At what cost? At whose cost? Without equity, without justice, there will be no unity. That is what Africans should understand. And that is the reality. Because what brings problems is lack of equity, injustice. That is it. And that is why we are agitating for Biafra. Because we have no justice in Nigeria. We are being marginalized in Nigeria. Look at a whole race. They are not good enough to be to be even a president. They are not good enough. In every corner, they are Igbo people, they are not good in Nigeria. But anywhere, in every other place in the world, we are making waves. We become the best. But in Nigeria, no, we are not good enough. We don't have no seaport in our land, no international airport. No, but we want peace to reign. Oh, peace, shouting one Nigeria, peace, unity. Is it not a scam? It is. So, the Pan-Africanism, as they say, is a general term that have as their common goal the unity of Africans and the elimination of colonialism, white supremacy from the continent. Colonialism and white supremacy from the continent. And you ask how? The first people that brought this idea, let me tell you. Do you know that Azikiwe's name was never there? Oh, Chineke. Azikiwe that answered Zik of Africa, he was never there. Do you understand? You have people like Toussaint Louverture. That is one of the Haitian general and the most prominent leader of the Haitian revolution. You understand? As one of the pioneers of this Pan-Africanism ideology. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, also a Haitian revolutionist. Haile Selassie, Ethiopian, you know Emperor Haile Selassie, that gave rise to Rastafari, when he traveled to Jamaica and made the famous, disco. He came out and said that a time will come that Africans will come back home, and the whole Jamaica caught fire, and he started this movement of Rastafari. You understand? Also, one person they called Edward Wilmot Blyden. Edward Wilmot Blyden. He was an American Liberian educator. You listen, you know? Patrice Lumumba, Julius Nyerere. Are you seeing it? Of Tanzania. Robert Sobukwe. You understand? He's a South African anti-apartheid revolutionary. Ahmed Sekou Touré of Guinea. These are the pioneers of this ideology of Pan-Africanism. Kwame Nkrumah, King Shuza II of Swaziland. You understand? Robert Mugabe, that was demonized by BBC and their masters. Thomas Sankara, Kwame Ture. This Kwame Ture was a prominent organizer in civil rights movement in the United States and the global Pan-African movement, born in Trinidad. You understand? Dr. John Pombe Magufuli. Are you hearing? President of the 50th president of Tanzania. Muammar Gaddafi. We all know the great man that was killed in the most brutal way by the West. Sarkozy, Obama, all of them. Yoweri Museveni, who is still in power. These are the pioneers of this ideology of Pan-Africanism. Are you understand? Do you see anywhere they say Azikiwe? No mention of Azikiwe in the international African level. Azikiwe's name is never mentioned. That is why I'm saying now. Sometimes I'm not as primitive people, and that is it. Onye puta ya honwe onye Igbo ya riju afu gote one cow, nwete one small crumb of political power. Ge ho ya na eko like this, odiko o wa ni lo na ho that place, that is area. Ane otage chi na eto iche ma o ya hu wa niile. E maro that from that sphere, from that look at a whole list of Pan-African ideologies. Nnamdi Azikiwe's name is never there. But in Igbo land in Nigeria, he promoted himself to Zik of Africa. Don't worry, even the other time, Mazeze Kulie, who will be joining me as usual in no distant time, he said it. That who knows Azikiwe in the international level as a Pan-Africanist? He's right. He's right. But for us, that is why I'm saying, I will primitive people. I think until he may put like this. Oh, wow. Now you start seeing that here in the mail with nonsense. Only put like this. Only put Butrike. With $100,000 on the echo. Oh, Wanile, a Marona here. This thing, that thing, one rich Kuwaiti, Jenyanketani. Just say go Jenyanketani under few days. This is a very primitive character. I continue attacking this here so that we lower down ourselves, so that we will be able to inherit the world. Blessed is the humble, for they shall inherit the world. Remark that word and that statement. I tell you that the Bible contains Freemasonry puzzles. You join, if you are able to join one thing or the other, you see that there is a secret meaning on it. It is true. Some places, from time to time, one thing. And it's true. When you are too proud, you lose the edge. That is what is happening. That is why we are losing even our land. We are losing it because of Ngala, for nothing. Oh, come, for nothing. Nonsense. Where is Azikiwe in the list? Nothing. We don't know that, we didn't know that it's an empty drum. An empty drum that knew that he didn't have nothing. And when he here watching just a scammer. Call Britain, Jina, and I will need limousines to be moving around so that my people will be seeing me as a big person. They say no. You are looking for 2 limousines. Don't worry, we'll give you 5. Actually, limousine is British M16. If they are manipulating you, you will not even understand. But you cannot control the situation. You understand me? That is why today, what we are seeing in this struggle, I have come to understand that many of our people are being manipulated without knowing. Some of them they know, some of them they don't know. Because the West is nourishing that your selfishness. They nourish it. That is the work of the Secret Service. Look at how they are putting criminality. They want to use criminality in order to douse IPOB, the struggle, legitimate struggle we are doing. They put criminality. And the author of that criminality is joyously staying in his house, being used because of his personal interest, his selfish interest. Without thinking from time to time, you have to think as a human being, saying, nah, this road I'm going, how will history remember me? How can I be torturing our people that we are trying to save? It is the work of Western intelligence. They will be using you. Sometimes you might know, sometimes you will not know. You think that because they can use their agents, on the line, the third or fourth agent, in order to recruit you, and you feel that you are doing something. Living fine, you'll be living fine. Protection, they will tell you, don't worry, the government will not do you anything. Don't worry. You are invincible. Don't worry, you are doing everything. Hey, the government you are will protect you. Obina Zage, you continue doing what you are doing. You don't know that you are being used for their interest. Remember, I'm talking about Pan-Africanism. But let me define Pan-Asianism. Pan-Asianism, their own definition, is an ideology aimed at creating a political and economic unity among Asia people. Do you see? They defined it precisely. Political and economic unity, not general unity. Because when you talk about general unity, that is why many people are calling for a United States of Africa, whereby Africa will be a giant country with one president, and it's laughable. Now, Pan-Americanism is the principle or advocacy of political or commercial and cultural cooperation among all the countries of North and South America. Do you see how they precise it? They bring about that, yes, Pan-Americanism, we have different countries. We have to come together politically. Advocacy of political and commercial and cultural cooperation. When you talk about cooperation, you talk about respect, mutual respect. It's not about slave and servant relationship or slave master relationship, as Fulani used to say. They say their relationship with Fulani and Yoruba relationship is slave master and slave relationship. So the Yoruba should not forget. That is how they have been their relationship. But do you see how Pan-Americanism, they define their own? The same way Pan-Asianism define their own. But when you come to Pan-Africanism, they say just the goal is unity of Africans. You don't know, unity is very, very broad. At whose cost? Here they say, in other places they say political and economic unity, advocacy of political or commercial and cultural cooperation among all the countries of North and South America. Then Pan-Europeanism is the concept relating to all European countries or the advocacy of political or economic unity among European countries. Do you see it? They mentioned that they should have countries, they have their differences, but all these things should be respected so that they will focus towards a general European goal. But Africa, Pan-Africanism, the definition is very, very broad. Very crude and broad. Unity. What kind of unity? At whose cost? That is why there is problems in Africa. Because they don't even, many people don't understand the definition of this. Because it's too crude and unexplained, undetailed. Let me tell you, there will never be genuine Pan-Africanism without respect to our ethnic diversities by granting independencies or independence to various ethnic nationalities to avoid unnecessary frictions. Peace and unity comes with mutual respect, justice and equity. That is what we should understand. Peace and unity should come with mutual respect. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It is not a force of peace. You cannot force peace. Peace is a byproduct of equity, justice. It's just a byproduct. Do you understand me? It's a byproduct. It's not the starting point. It is a byproduct. You don't talk about peace. Pursue justice and equity. Once you get justice and equity, at least, now the resultant effect is peace. You have solved it. But when you start going unity, you fail it. You fail it. That is what Nigeria is. Unity. Oh, peace and unity. Even in their national anthem. Oh, peace and unity. Forcing every unity at the expense of some people. Fulani are on the rampage. They are sponsoring them. And you want others to keep quiet. Oh, for law-abiding citizens. Oh, be law-abiding citizens. Let there be unity. It can never happen. It's just a pipe dream. You understand? Nigeria, for example, is the amalgamation of different nations under gunpoint, only serving the interests of the colonial creators. Do you understand me? You know, I had some people, when they talk about, oh, what is going on in Africa, let it, Nigeria, let there be revolution, let there be coup, military coup. I laugh. I say, how many military coups have Nigeria gotten? How many military coups? Does it change anything? Does it change anything? It has been there. No, there shall never be any general revolution in Nigeria. It is impossible. Because of the way Nigeria is being structured by the Creator. When this side say yes, the other side will say no. When the other side say yes, the other side will say no. Look at the EndSARS protests that should have gotten revolution in Nigeria. The Northern you say no. They are even supporting SARS, the Nigerian police and army, killing Southern. They call it. How can you amalgamate different countries inside one place, one amalgamate, one construct, and you think that things will be okay? You are looking for unity. I want the Pan-Africanists to think about this, because I'm sick and tired of when with some people, some ill-informed set of people about Pan-Africanism. When they hear about Biafran agitation, they say, we want Africa to be one country and you want to divide and separate and form another country. I look at them with disdain because they are naive, ignorant. You cannot. Nigeria is a case study. They force different nations all under gunpoint as hostages in one entity, and carry power and give to the West is because they know how to do it. You know, they carry power, give to the most brutal, to be brutalizing others, so that there will be friction, endless friction in the country, and they have access to your natural resources direct. You see how they put what is happening in Haiti. Do you know that America is stealing a mountain of iridium? Do you know that? A mountain of iridium in Haiti. Now they made since in 1986 they discover one extraterrestrial stone that fall there, and the iridium is highly costly. But America now they find a way to put confusion. Gangs, is ungovernable Haiti as of now, as of today. But they carry their agents as United Nations soldiers, military, put there, and be mining and taking away everything. That is how it is. Exploitation is allowed in the world. After all, if you are going on Serengeti forest, you will see where lion is pursuing zebra. Poor zebra that didn't do anything. that was looking for his food, only peacefully. And one lion just from nowhere start pursuing it and we catch it and tear it into pieces. It will be a gory sight for you, but that is the reality of the world. That is how the world is created. Where the strong press on the weak. Are you here? That is exploitation. It's allowed. If you can resist exploitation, now you join the exploiters. You have peace. But when you are peaceful, yesterday I talked about, I said I will make it a discussion one day, an interaction. That this Igbo, we as Igbo people, we always praise ourselves. Oh, we didn't conquer. We know the importance of life. Yes, all these are good. But owing to the wickedness of the world we are in, you shouldn't be all peaceful. If you are peaceful as a people, you suffer. And that is why we are suffering today. We waited until they killed us in 1966 before they, massacred us before we can be able to react, only to defend ourselves. No, we love life. America, see, we know one problem. Other United Nations, see us. We know one problem. Now them come bring problem to us. They are killing us. Why not to come and protect us? We love life. That is it. I'm telling you. You know one problem in this world, and you come out in the world. A world of problem. A world that is double spinning on itself, about 121,000 kilometers per hour, and now spinning around the sun, whether 20 something or 70 something thousand kilometers per hour. You know what it means? You're in a world of problem. Before coming out in this world, others died. You exploited and suppressed other cells. Other lives we are lost. Do you understand? And you now come to be peaceful. Oh, we don't conquer people. And today, are we not suffering it? Aren't we suffering it? Others that fought and conquered and put everybody under umbrella until it became their tradition. They speak one language. Before we know, this one speaker said, no, problems everywhere. Why they were peaceful? Are we not? I'm telling you, we must continue. Peace and unity comes with mutual respect, justice and equity. Nigeria, for example, is the amalgamation of different nations under gunpoint, only serving the interests of the colonial creators. I'm talking about Pan-Africanism. There are those whose idea of Pan-Africanism is having the African continent as a single country with one president, or having very fewer countries. This is simply not the genuine Pan-Africanism. The scenario will only result in eternal frictions and turmoils, thereby hampering development. This is simply anti-Africanism. The only way to have real Pan-Africanism is allowing people to express their nationhood, to develop as they can, to take charge of their destiny. Not, in October 12, 1960, Ahmad Bello said that they are domineering set, the Fulani, that they should continue, they should now take this new Nigeria being formed by Britain as the estate of their great-grandfather Ottoman Danfodio. They have another idea of Nigeria, that they should make sure that power does not depart from them, that they will always use the northern minorities as useful tools. You understand? And make sure that power does not enter the south. That they will make sure that not only that we shall never rule over them, and never to take hold of our destinies. In 1960, few days after independence, so-called flag independence of Nigeria, and we were laughing over it. our so-called political juggernauts and so-called intellectuals and elders watched this thing and kept quiet. They didn't react in a way it should be. Because when you kill that person, you never kill the ideology. That word, only that word should have horrified Nnamdi Azikiwe. Not even to kill the Ahmad Bello, because it's an ideology that has been there. So Nnamdi Azikiwe should have tried a way in order to separate immediately from that unholy union or holy marriage. But he didn't do that because of his selfish interest. He was there. Don't worry, Namib physique of Africa. Let the Europeans go. I know how to handle everything. And when Europeans go physically go, whereas their shadow is still there. Now they show Azikiwe how to manage him. It was not him handling them. Instead, they show him how to handle them and the Igbos and the Biafrans. Till today, they are handling us. You know, that is why when some people, what they want is for the leadership now to come and start now we will do the many people very primitive set of people. We will do this. We will do this. Water. Just making sure. Mazi Chinasan would have said this. That the leadership of this struggle is not content creators. They are not brand stars or content creators. To tell you, to make you happy. You know, whereas the reality is different. They will tell you as it is. Now, the thing difficult to, but we are fighting it. It's a strategic war. It is not something we come out on the open to vomit anything we want to do. No. But the result is what you'll be seeing. That is it. Chicken. And the people that want to watch a show, in the show, that is why you know, and they may show. They go, they say, nah, nothing that happen on DSS, on DOS side. Now this IPO, now let me look for where things are happening. Ha ga onye na-eme show, you know, gosi ha some antiquity, brew champagne na agba egwu. Hasn't onye action man now. Very backward thinking set of primitive individuals we have in our land. I'm telling you honestly. And after they will be deceived. And before you know, they'll forget everything and say, nah, I beg. And their suffering continues. You understand me? How can you turn Africa into a giant country whereby you have one president and you think that everything you have solved, you know, is some African mentality. We solve the situation. You cannot. For your information, you cannot. Let me give you an example. Singapore and Malaysia was a single country at one time. The state of Singapore was one of the 14 states of Malaysia from 1963 to 1965. They were one country. They merged themselves. Malaysia was formed on the 16th day of September 1963 by the merger of the Federation of Malaya with the former British colonies of North Borneo, Sarawak, and Singapore. This marked the end of the 144 years British rule in Singapore, which began with the founding of modern Singapore by Sir Stamford Raffles in 1819. At the time of merger, it was the smallest state in the country by land area, but the largest by population, just like Biafra land. You see that? Singapore was like that, the 14th state of Malaysia from 1963. You know, we have examples everywhere abound. They will be telling us, "Oh, you don't have enough space." Singapore has the highest population when it was even part of Malaysia. He has the highest population there, but less land. That is why in Singapore they build skyscrapers everywhere to accommodate them. And today they are developed. You see that? The union of Malaysia and Singapore was unstable due to distrust and ideological differences between the leaders of Singapore and of the federal government of Malaysia. When these problems were going on between Singapore and Malaysia, they didn't say no. Asia Union, please, we want unity in Malaysia. Please stay like that. Join together, no problem. You will overcome your differences. Britain didn't tell them, oh, your diversity is your power. Your diversity is your tenacity. How do I used to forget how they say it? The Britain didn't tell them like that, as they are telling Nigeria. Oh, you are suffering. No, we are being marginalized. People are being killed in the north by the Fulani. Villages are being swept away. The demographics are being changed artificially. Britain said, no, don't worry, stay like that, it's okay. Your diversity is your strength. They didn't tell it to Malaysia when they were having all these problems among themselves. Do you understand? Because they were unstable as a country due to distrust and ideological differences between the leaders of Singapore and the federal government of Malaysia. They often disagreed about finance, yes, politics and racial policies. Singapore continued to face significant trade restriction despite the promise of common market in return for a large proportion of its tax revenues. There were major race riots in Singapore in 1964. That was when they now said, no, instead of us to start killing ourselves, we have to do something. But in the black Africa, because we are Africans now, people that were bought with money by the Europeans, by other races, why wouldn't you show them what is good for them? We are dying in Nigeria, killing ourselves. They say, no, Britain will come. Say, no. Your diversity is your unity. Don't worry. Continue. It's okay. You will get over it. And the people bought into this rubbish. No, every time they are singing unity of Nigeria. Oh, unity. As if by invoking it, by talking about unity, you will get unity. You know people that have been brainwashed into speak a word and it will come to pass, as the Bible says. That is what they believe. That is why some people, they want us to come here and start shouting, Biafra we come, Biafra we come, Biafra we come, Biafra we come. Biafra we come. Very primitive way of thinking. Because they have been brainwashed. Speak a word. Dollar will be less than naira in no distance time. Amen. Their word is powerful. Now they believe that when you come on Radio Biafra, you start singing, Biafra will come. Release Mazen Namdekano. Release Mazen Namdekano. Mazen Namdekano must be released. Right? And he will be released. You don't know that what is being taught in Radio Biafra, all these grassroots affairs, is an eye-opener, a brain-opener that will lead us into a vibrant society called Biafra. You don't know. These are the things that we need to do. But because you are brainwashed into believing another thing. You want us to come here every time. As I stand here now, I start singing like an onion chaplet. Maria Diasa, Biafra we come. Maria Diasa, Biafra we come. Maria Diasa. You all wouldn't call. Oh, this now. When Malaysians and Singaporeans were having problems as in one country, they were killing themselves. Now they say no, we cannot continue like this. Because as we are killing ourselves, we will not have any space for even thinking about development. Everybody will be thinking about his own. Oh, my tribe. Oh, no. Why do you give us like one Ariwa group? They say Tinubu didn't give them juicy position. They alluded the finance to them. They didn't give them finance. And there is one other one. Very juicy position. All that the people are asking, give me cake, juicy position, so that you will milk. No person talks about development because we are in a very big contraption, forced together under one point. And you're talking about Pan-Africanism, being a country ruled by one president, that there will be progress or peace. You are in a cloud cooker land. I am telling you honestly. This political problem, I'm talking about Singapore and Malaysia. These political problems culminated in the decision by Malaysia's Prime Minister Tunku Abdul Rahman to expel Singapore from the Federation, and on 9th August 1965, Singapore became independent. Do you understand? They did something like human beings. It is this. I mean, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, when you look at it, he said, no, if we continue like this, we will not even think about progress. We will be killing ourselves all the time, looking for juicy positions, making the country, and the foreigners will be taking advantage of us because we are fighting always. So it's better we separate so that we develop. Go and take care of yourself. I take care of myself. He unilaterally expelled Singapore from the Federation, Malaysian Federation. You understand? And today they are thanking their goodness that they did it. You understand? Today both of the countries are doing very well, and they are exhibiting genuine friendship and pan-Asianism. You see many Nigerians, many Igbo people are in Singapore, in Malaysia. Had it been they are killing themselves, you will not try to go there. But they did something that should be emulated. People in Malaysia are hearing my voice today. Biafrans in Singapore are hearing my voice. What we are clamoring for is what Singapore and Malaysia did in the 1965. That is why you are able to stay there. And when you call, you say, you see here, there is electricity 247. You see, Nigeria is a city hole. Here I am now. I mean, I'm living in the 50th floor. Everything is okay. Water is running. The pressure of water is coming up, normal, you know. But you didn't. If they tell you, join hands, let us restore Biafra, you say, no, you don't know that why you are able to go to Singapore and live in Malaysia is because they did what we are clamoring to do today. You don't know that because you are ignorant. Let me tell you this. It's a news of 2010. Gaddafi, when he visited Nigeria, he went back, he said no. He saw something. Because he is a realist, a Pan-Africanist. You understand me? Gaddafi suggested that Nigeria split along ethnic lines. In 2010, Gaddafi, oh, this man is a great man, honestly. Without mincing words, Gaddafi said that no, Nigeria be broken up into several states along ethnic lines, like the former Yugoslavia. Are you understanding? Because he really loves Africa to progress. Not people that are calling for one giant continent to turn into a country by one president. You will see that we kill ourselves forever. You understand? You can never have genuine Pan-Africanism without respect to our diversities. Do you understand me? Gaddafi called for a dismantling of Nigeria. He is a big Pan-Africanist. That time was the time they had a just riot, where Muslims massacred the Christians, where Igbo people were massacred. And this man said, no, Nigeria shouldn't continue like this. But, you know, Britain came and said, no, your diversity is your strength. Continue. This in 2010. But it continues today. The same thing. Katrina Leong came 2023 election. After 2023, don't worry, your diversity is your strength. Although there are mistakes, small casualties of election, but you are learning. It's democracy. It's like that. Your strength is your diversity. And the Neanderthals clap. They don't ask questions. Why is Singapore developing? If Singapore and Malaysia has continue being in one country, there will be no development. They will be killing themselves to the advantage of European countries or the West. But they took the bull by the horn. They said, no, we shouldn't be killing ourselves. Why? It's better we become separate. We become separated. And we become good neighbors. And today, Malaysians are in Singapore. Singaporeans are in Malaysia, doing well. They are exchanging in mutual respect. That is pure Pan-Asianism. Good neighbors. Now you can remove visa restrictions in order to, facilitate commerce among yourselves. Free movement of goods and services. That is how it is. But first of all, you have to take your destiny, different destinies by your own hands. And develop yourselves according to your paces. Singapore went into work. Because that time, that first Prime Minister of Singapore came back, was crying. When he was making an announcement that they have been sacked from Malaysia, he was shedding tears on air. That they pursue us now. What are we going to do? We have to take the bull by the horn. That is the time you see human being. You understand? When you are pushed the wall, now they have a country. Their country is looking at them. They need to now work. That is why we are clamoring for the restoration of Biafra. So that we, as a people, we go into work. In order, those people that they say they are not good to be to rule Nigeria. Oh, they are not qualified to be engineers in Ajokuta steel industry because Igbos will dominate there. No, they are not good. They pursue all of them. They replace them with mediocres. No, they are not good in this. They are not good in that. Now, when we have our country, it will become a challenge, and we will go to work. That time we will bring our brains. You will see patriotism. You will see that we love our nation. That time you will see that, look, we have been yearning for this. We start building our nation, with all our might. You understand? Because that time it will be a challenge. Gaddafi, the leader of Jumhuriyya, he said it. He suggested that Nigeria be balkanized in the 2010. But Nigeria, they recalled the ambassador from Libya, saying, "Now this man, or is it not what is happening?" Gaddafi is a big Pan-Africanist. He saw the reality. He didn't miss words. He said Muslims should be one side, Christians should be another side, and form different countries, so that you become good neighbors. But they go with sentiment. No. Why is this man talking like this? Hey, our ambassador, come back. Britain put a voice, put pressure on them. Do not allow this man to come and spoil your dear Nigeria. Your diversity is your strength. So please, do not allow him. Make problem with him. Gaddafi, a great Pan-Africanist, in 2010 called for the dismantling of Nigeria in a former Yugoslavia style. Genuine Pan-Africanism starts when Africans recognize and respect their ethnic and social cultural differences, making rooms for different nations which are illegally gummed together by the Europeans to govern themselves in their own ways. The same way the Europeans allow their different ethnicities, notwithstanding how little they are, to remain independent or voluntarily come together in a highly federated unions. Loose, highly federated unions. Like Switzerland. Any part that wants to say, I don't want to be part of Switzerland today, they will get and do feast for them. Just like what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. That Biafra will be, a highly federated nation or nation state. If tomorrow Izon say no, we don't want to be part of Biafra, the only thing we do, we say, okay, it's not one man. We say no, the Izons, the referendum will be organized for them. Once they say no, we don't want to be part of Biafra again, no, we hire brass band, cook rice and beans and oba, cook feast, do them send off with all our hearts, and we pray together, go for together, that you progress and we continue being brothers. We do them send off. You understand? That is how it should be. That is how Europeans organize themselves. Let me tell you, many European countries are not up to 1 million in population. You know that? For people that are talking about Pan-Africanism, as if we have to become one country. No. You must respect people so that peace will reign. Mutual respect. A case study of this thing is Nigeria, where people are lumped together. What is happening in Nigeria? No security. No security, no development. Nothing. Nothing is going on. No electricity. People don't, if you want to put electricity, they will sabotage it. Because some people are gaining. If you want to rise up to protest, so they will say they will label it Igbo. The Igbos you want to protest with Igbos? No. Leave them. Now them they suffer them. And we turn ethnic problem. Like end SARS. No, you people in Yoruba in Lagos. Now your properties Igbo they destroy you. They are tricking you into destroying Lagos, your properties. Look at you. Ona no sabi. Ona be mumu. Now, comrades that we are fighting together started distancing themselves. Oh boy, let's move. Answers. This one say, oh boy, nah, I beg, Homo Igbo. Ona don't deceive us, I beg. Which kind of answers? Me wanna go on, it shall go do them like that. Here in Lagos, in our land, they put a crack. Because they know that Nigeria, there is nothing like a revolution. It can never work. It can never, it's impossible. Because of the way they structure issue. The politicians are 100% in control. The few 0.5% of the population that are politicians, they are in control. If you want to rise up, they will put ethnicity on it. They will put a tribe or say na Igbo tribe. You know they had them now. Any person, any other tribe in Nigeria that hear about Igbo, hey, they look back. No, one Igbo to dominate on her. They say no. Instead, make a politicians, make a Britain, make a Fulani kill everybody instead of Igbo to dominate. They use the hatred they have developed against Igbos in order to destroy Nigeria, and everybody is suffering it. And that's why I'm happy, because everybody is suffering it. Everybody, you know. If people want to write, just like what the Jews did in the situation of the Jews during the Tsar era of they always use the Jews. They blackmail. They say they are the people that are bringing up problems. Everything, in order to settle everybody, any national issue. In order to put a scapegoat, they call the Jews. It is the Jews that did it. Everybody say, okay, we know. Everybody now will turn against the Jews. And they will forget about the misrule of the politicians or the king. They will forget about his gruesome brutality. As long as they call, it is the Jews. The problem is the Jews. So, hey, everybody say, okay, we know now, not them. They will turn against the Jews, start killing them. That is what the strategy they are using in Nigeria. Anything that happens, people to rise up in order to fight for their rights. The politicians will rise up. They will use their agents and spill out on social media and the media and tell them, Igbo people want to use it now. Now them they will cause this problem. Everybody say, okay, now we know. The Igbo people. I beg, we not go follow Igbo people. Instead, make you politicians, make Britain, they squander everything. No problem. Make we they suffer. Instead of giving Igbo leeway. I beg. That is how they structured Nigeria. Do you understand me? Do you know many European countries, they have countries as little as 700 and population of Vatican, whether it's up to 200 in Vatican. But it's a country. What of Luxembourg? It's an independent country. What of Iceland, Latvia? All these small, very tiny countries with tiny populations that are. Iceland is not up to 500,000, 365,000 people. Iceland. But they are independent, running as a country. They have respect. That is how peace reigns in a continent. That is pan-Europeanism. When respect is accorded to everybody. When people are allowed to take charge of their destinies. Now, the end product, the result is peace. This peace. Because you respect me, now I respect you. I call the same respect to you. You don't look down on me, say, Onyamiri, kill Onyamiri, want to. No. If you do that, how can you have peace? When you don't want me to even rise up. Because of me, you want to punish everybody. And when I want to bring up people to protest, you say, you deceive them and say, no, Igbos want to do something, or it's Igbo that is causing it. They will fall back and say, Igbos, we know, they will turn against the Igbos. Do you see what we are suffering in Nigeria? Even in the Americas, let me tell you, there are some population, some countries in America that are very, very little. You understand? We have little countries. Guyana is 743,000 people. 743,000. A country. Suriname has 590,000. A country. Belize have 419,000 people. Not up to 500,000. A country. A complete country. Bahamas. All these countries, go there, you see Biafrans, they full there. Bahamas have 393,000. Where you go on holiday, spend money. It's a country. 393,000 people. You understand? Barbados have 288,000 people. Barbados. Do you understand? St. Lucia have 178,000 people. St. Lucia, a country. Grenada have 113,000. A country. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have 110,000. A country. You understand? Antigua and Barbuda have 99,000 people. But it's a country. A country respected by United Nations. Dominica has 72,000 people. Cayman Island, although this is a part of the UK, I will not say it's a complete country. St. Kitts and Nevis have 54,000 people. You understand? And many more. Many more. Do you understand? Now, when you come to Europe, you see people that are less than 5 million, less than 2 million, 3 million, you know, Armenia, 2.7 million, Lithuania, 2.7 million, Albania, 2.8 million, you see Kosovo, 1.6 million, a country that is not up to one local government in Biafra land. Estonia, 1.3 million. Luxembourg, 639,000. Montenegro, 627,000. Malta, 526,000. As I'm talking to you, there are Biafrans in Malta. Maybe they will call. Iceland, they have risen to 370,000. You see that? Iceland. There are Biafrans that are seeking asylum in Iceland. We have, I think, a family in Iceland. A country of 370,000 people. You understand? Andorra, 79,000. Andorra. Are you hearing it? Liechtenstein, 39,000. Monaco, 36,000. Gibraltar, although it's UK. San Marino, 33,000. But we as the black people, as Africans now, people that we are bought with money, we don't have right to our independence, to rule ourselves. I understand now for be a boy. Britain will come and say, no, your diversity is your strength. But in Europe, they don't tell them that. You don't tell them that. They respected everybody, and everybody have free hand, independence. Now they called for, association, mutual economic association, European Union. And that is when they will be talking to each other with respect, not dictating for you. As we are in a country. Look at Nigeria. The Igbo politicians now are requesting, Oga, Tinubu, help us now with at least 2 more ministerial positions. Help us now. And they say, come on, shut up. What I give you, you're okay. You should be okay. Thank you, sir. Not that we know, we know you love Igbo people now. They have sung love for Buhari until he died and the impostor, he has gone. Now they are singing again. Tinubu should prove that he loves Igbo. Give us another, the little, you have done very well, by giving us ordinary, just 5 ministerial, but add another 2 or 3 now. Add now. They tell you, shut up if you talk. Sorry, sir. Wait for 2027. You will have another. Sorry, sir. We will. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. How will you have peace? How will you expect peace and unity in a country like this? Whereby, if we have our independence, we will take charge of our destiny and be developing, and we'll be talking to ourselves as equals. Nigeria or Ariwa will come we will be competing, healthy competition on development. If they have car factories manufacturing, made in Ariwa car, we try to imitate them, emulate them and produce aircraft. It will become healthy competition. When they saw that, Biafrans are producing aircraft now, they try to make research for, jet bombers. That is healthy competition. Things will be moving on. But in a country where all of us are together, we are good for nothing now. We are together. We are begging for our politicians are begging now for another ministerial, at least add 1 or 2 on top of it. So that to prove that you love Ndibo. That is their mantra. So that you prove that you love Ndibo. Where is Igbo presidency in 2023? Anywhere you see a Nigerian politician of Igbo extraction, ask him this question. Where is Igbo presidency of 2023? Something they used to massacre our people. Because of Igbo presidency, we're thinking that it is him that they will be choosing. Because they promise each and every one of them. Very primitive Neanderthals. The Alhajis went there and promised, you are our man now. We will support you for Igbo presidency. You are our man. They will go back and tell Dave Omai the same thing. They went and tell Nyesom Wike the same thing. They went and tell Chibukam the same thing. You know you're an Igbo man. You just know now. I'm a Igbo now. I'm one Igbo. We support you. Now they went and started singing praises for the killers of our people. Dave Omahi, they sponsor him to form a Bubago. Remember, you remember 2023, you are our man. So form a Bubago and kill all these Biafran agitators. This is your youth, kill them. He jumped in to say, don't worry, I will do it. I will prove to you. Where is Igbo presidency? For goodness sake. You think we are going to forget it? We will continue asking this question in this platform. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? Where is it? Today, you have done as if nothing happened. You have forgotten, but we don't forget. We don't forget. If you don't give it to us, we know that you have pushed out of Nigeria. If you don't give it to us, we are going to join IPOB in order to. Look at these very inconsequential idiots. That is why they have been relegated. Igbo politicians are now relegated to nothingness, nothing, irrelevancy in Nigerian politics because of their behavior. They don't understand politics. Politics is about local, your people, being at your back, not killing your people, making enemies against your people. Where is Igbo presidency? That is a question that you need to answer. All these countries I mentioned, European countries, American countries, some are less than 100,000, but they are countries. They are different countries that are managing their lives, living fine. If you go to your country, if you go there, you will even see Biafrans, see Africans hustling there, seeking asylum there, begging for asylum there. But let us go the way of these people. You say no. Nigeria, my Nigeria. And what is your Nigeria doing for you? Why are you running away from your Nigeria? Gaddafi saw this and he suggested for the dismantling of Nigeria. They came against him. Britain pushed their idiots, Nigerian politicians, in order to come against Gaddafi. Today, Nigeria is still where Nigeria of 1970 is even better than today. Are you seeing it? And people are walking happily as if nothing is happening. They don't care. No electricity in 21st century, they don't care. They don't care. The clergymen are in one place, another side, giving them sedatives. That all will be okay. That your problem is a demon. He is the devil. He is a demon. Pursue him. Cast him in 100 days fasting. Cast him away. And the people are following this primitive way of reasoning. Outdated. Something the Europeans run away from. You are following it. We will never tolerate this type of idiocy in Biafra land. That is why we are sanitizing our brains. Whether you like it or not. We must make sure that we sanitize our brains in order to enter into our country. Because with this dirty and compromised brain and of primitivity, superstition, it cannot work. Who is going to build it? They will tell you, no, my pastor said no, demons are there. So let us first of all go fasting for 30 days before I come back. Is that how you are going to build a country? Hey, I will continue. I will open my lines in no distant time. Genuine Pan-Africanism starts when Africans recognize and respect their ethnic and socio-cultural differences, making rooms for different nations which are illegally gummed together by the Europeans to govern themselves in their own ways. The same way the Europeans allow their different ethnicities, notwithstanding how little they are, to remain independent or voluntarily come together in loose federated unions. With genuine Pan-Africanism in the continent, it will automatically attract diaspora Africans. Do you understand? This Pan-Africanism, if genuine Pan-Africanism will attract diaspora Africans, African Americans, African Caribbeans, African Australians, African Europeans automatically. This is because the white American-led government made sure to prevent African Americans from having contact with their motherland, Africa. It's one thing they fought. They fought black race through everywhere. And, if they tell you, if you really think deep on why we are, black people are disrespected, suffering everywhere. Together with the way we think, black race think. But we are rising up. They made sure, the American CIA made the secret services, they made sure to thwart African Americans from coming back to their motherland, having communion with it. You understand? Amen. They made them to stay there. I gotta say, I gotta move. Africa is nonsense. They sold us into slavery. Yes. Our ancestors, yes, they collaborated. Some of them. Many of them, they were overpowered, but some of them collaborated. That is a known fact. But it shouldn't be an excuse. Remember, most of the whites you see today in South Africa and the Americas are descendants of the highly persecuted Huguenots, expelled mostly from France. They grew above this sad history of theirs and were able to reconcile and became attracted to their European roots. African Americans and other diaspora Africans should follow the footsteps of the descendants of the Huguenots that were killed and wronged by their own people, but we are able to go back to their European roots. You know the Huguenots. That is a Protestants, mostly in France, as of that time. the 15th, 16th century. When Catholic France started persecuting them, killing them, and they started running away. They were killed brutally, jailed, exiled. They were uprooted from their lands, ancestral homes, and expelled from Europe. They were given option to run away. Many of people, the Boers, even you see, they are South African, white South Africans are the Huguenots, descendants of these Huguenots. Many in America, the same thing. When I talk about America, I mean the Americas. From Canada, the north, down to Argentina, the south. Many white Europeans, you see, many of them are the Huguenots because they organized, they say, okay, they started running away for their lives because they are being massacred in France. You understand? So they have to be expelled. They run away to far places. They were wronged. But after they grew above that situation, and they have to ally with their roots in Europe. Every other race allies with their roots. Only black race that are prevented. Talk about black Africa. You see, many African Americans even have disdain against Africans. It is some you understand? We need to grow above this. We need to, because white people, Europeans that you are seeing today in Argentina, in many places in America, in South Africa, they were also wronged by their European motherland because they were exiled. You understand me? You cannot stay here. You better run, otherwise we kill you. Some are prisoners that we are, instead they said go and die in colony, and they went there. They born children. They were wronged also, but they grew above this and they traced back their roots. That's why American, they have. Don't you see that America fought war, revolutionary war of liberation from their motherland, from Britain. But still today they are the greatest allies. Do you see that? There should be no sentiment in international politics. African, the way we see things is a highly primitive, true primitive way. Your ancestors killed us, so why now you are suffering, I'm suffering, everybody is suffering. You are nothing, I'm nothing. We are regarded, we are disrespected everywhere. Why can't we join together and not forget, and grow above that past? We reconcile and say yes. But the work should start from Africans in the motherland, like what we are asking for the restoration of Biafra. Because in Nigeria we are nothing. We are marginalized, disrespected. We are mounted to nothing. We are not allowed to take charge of our destiny in a place, in our country, in our part of in Biafra land, where we have water bodies everywhere. There is no seaport. But in the north, where there is desert, is in desert that they have a dry dock in Kano. Any containers belonging to Kano people, northerners, it will land in Lagos seaport. Now they use train to convey it in Kano. Now people will take taxi or use their cars for to 5 minutes ride, drive, go to their dry dock, clear it there in Kano, and take it to their shops. But in our land, in Biafra land, we have oceans, ocean body, we have river body, we have lakes, we have water bodies. We are slave ships docked, during slave trading. But today they close all those places for ships. No wharf, no seaport. Now they suffer us. You have to import your container through Lagos, 400 and something kilometers. As you go to collect your container, every inch of the way you meet military checkpoints, police checkpoints, custom checkpoints, civil defense, boy scout, boys brigade, every type of force. Every 100 meters. And you continue paying. The way they suffer us, no other people on this planet Earth can accept this suffering. Oh, but the Biafrans now, oh, why wouldn't we accept it? We are God is in control. Oh, Brakata Shatata, I saw that you will succeed in Jesus' name. I saw that your container is coming. Don't worry, the suffering will be over. You know, just pray and everything will be over. And I now bumbo. We take our container flying on the road. You know, they continue ripping us up. According to report, the last 2 months, only the military check. I mean the police and military checkpoints in Biafra land. They report 600 in year never end. 600 billion naira. 600 billion. Do you know what it means? That we are giving to police and military, settling. What type of agony they put us? I want people to you have to raise your chagrin, righteous indignation. They put us in a suffering, dying slowly. And we continue eating the flesh of our own brothers, thinking that the problem is a witch, the problem is your father, tie your destiny. This one is life on the pit of hell. They are attacking us from land, sea, and road, bush, everywhere. From the churches, they are attacking us. If the government of the day, they're causing havoc against us, now in the church, they tell us it's your brother that is your problem. Do you see what we are suffering? And you never see road. You never understand. Because you are ignorant, naive, and blind. You are sentimental. You are a religious bigot. We don't need this in this struggle. If you are a religious bigot, you better move away from here. We don't need it. When we get Biafra, you can come. Because one thing must give road to another. That is the reality. So, we must continue what we are doing. Our brain must be sanitized in order to restore a sanitized country. The suffering, the agony, the pain we are going through, it is too much. No other race on in this planet Earth can be able to endure it. No other race. Open, they don't hide it. You come out they stop you on the road. You know, everybody come down from the car and march 100, 200 meters, your hands up in a place in our own land, and you think that is normal. You think that is normal. After all, after you go to church, they console you with fake promises, fake everything fake. Oh, naira will be more than dollars, and you say amen. Nah, ngwana. Very miserable situation. That means there is a time we come in somebody's life, you say no, you take this drastic decision. That's why I love white people. They have red lines. There is a red line you cannot cross. Instead they kill you and kill themselves. They don't care. Life is not, it's like that. Everybody will die. But you that is miserable, you like to live and so you're under suffering, you love it. Instead, and even the life you are not living, you are just surviving. We cannot take it. We shouldn't continue taking it. You understand? So people that are talking about Pan-Africanism as a one big giant country in Africa, take note of Nigeria. You understand? Take note of Nigeria. It's a bad example. Don't go that way. Allow people, to express themselves. Allow different nations abound together in one giant country in order to liberate themselves. Now we can go be like Singapore and Malaysia. Moving very well. Have you seen since 1965? Have Singapore and Malaysia fought? Have they fought war? The answer is no. Did they have a fracas? The answer is no. Because now they treat themselves as equals. If we restore Biafra, we don't have to fight with anybody. Now we become friends, heavy brothers and friends. Exchanging, knowledge and wisdom. Helping each other. Because that time we will treat ourselves with equality. Not now, not like now you are in Nigeria. You are begging, Igbos are begging for at least add one ministerial post now. I beg. Nigerian president should prove that he loves Igbo. very demented, type of statements and reasoning. You love Ndibo. You are waiting to be loved. No, don't take your thing. Go continue waiting to be loved. Therefore, Africans with their diverse ethnicities and traditions and cultures should be respectfully allowed to govern their individual selves in their own diverse ways. This will usher in mutual respect, understanding, and development, and the end product will be genuine Pan-Africanism. This is where I'm going to stop. Do not forget that we talk about genuine Pan-Africanism. Not all these ones they are garnishing. Not all these ones, please. What we are doing is for us, once we succeed, our continent will succeed. We develop and advance. Do you understand? Not through sentiment. We say the reality as it is. Do you understand me? Therefore, I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. Also, lost Kainawa. To the extent, even the Fulani, they know our character now. Okunle and Alhaji leaked the phone conversation. The Alhaji said they know Igbo people now. Just bring them near, give them sense of belonging as your friend. Near him, he will vomit one thing that will make you survive. That they know. Just give him small thing and he will just, okay. Do you know that I have phone number of my customer that used to buy me AC? He's a senator, Alhaji. Oh, yeah. Very primitive early men character. That Ndibo is still never depart from us. We need to shed it. Because we are on the 21st century. That is why now follow Mugo everywhere. In no cow, Nandi Skamasana Handi native doctors, so Nandi different things. I will now follow victim. Because I want to ICHH. I'm telling you. But we must continue. I have a caller. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you, Mas Jonathan, and good evening, watching it.
Udodrege
watching it. Mas Jonathan, thank you. To go and this is Biafra Radio. I'm happy this night that I'm part of this historic moment in the life of Biafra. Because he asked a very pertinent question. You keep on asking that question, and that's why I do them back. Where is Igbo's presidency? Because the time now I speak my thing where it concerns me, most especially because when all I'm able to we the Igbos, we need a very special decolonization. In fact, even after the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra, we the Igbo as a people, because Biafra is a nation, Igbo is a nation under Biafra, other nations are there. That is reality. We need to decolonize ourselves because we have so much ascribed importance to materialistic than the real things that matter, which is freedom and liberation. Somebody made a statement that Igbo man once he's well to do, every other person around him, and this is a very bad mentality that has made it, even in our life, sometimes we blame the rich ones and the politicians. We should actually blame our people, because our people has proven that even if you know what it takes to liberate or to give them what they need, as far as they don't listen to you. And this is where I give kudos to our own human understanding for being able to penetrate this very hard race to convince, because Igbo is our race is very hard to convince. Look at Even with all the awareness, somebody can when the mindset in a belief superstitious, and this superstitious, you're not only believing it, you're believing it to this holy platform where we worship, where our leader has taught us, because we've learned from our leader and we know where he's heading to and we're following him. He can't come and change the ideology for us. He can't do it. We have awakened and we have awakened, and there's nothing you can do to change it. We don't believe in superstitions. Anything you're bringing to us, let it come with facts. Somebody cannot just stay somewhere and make a voice note and send to you, you begin to come and play it, use it as to fight, to do a kind of retaliation. We're not even here to retaliate anything. We are saying the truth. We have suffered religious backwardness because of, look at a pastor that is telling you that dollar will be, naira will rise again. This prophecy has been a record. It's just like they are not seeing us that we don't have even the brain. So even for you to reason, you are against them. So they can say anything to you and you must accept it because God has spoken. A man has spoken. That the has spoken. Kumuyi has spoken. And these people that are speaking this thing, all their children are in abroad enjoying good life, good education. None of them train their children here in Nigeria. But they are in Nigeria giving you prophecy on how to continue suffering. And you're the type that is still bringing this kind of superstitions to our platform. There's no other way to describe what you're doing that you are against what we are doing, because we have known people that have come in the past. I followed our leader from day one, even though I didn't join that struggle then, but I have been following till I had to join. We've known people that have in the past spoken about religions and sentiments have crept into them and they begin to fit away, and we continue. The struggle is still alive. So this is a legion. It can't come and change whatever ideology you're bringing to us. In any disguise you're bringing it, therefore we know the truth. We are not Igbo people as per se. We are Biafrans. I can choose to be Igbo, I can choose not to be Igbo. Yes, I'm an Igbo, born and brought up, blood there, mother, father is from Igbo land. I can't deny my identity, but in our land, we know what we suffered in the hand of colonial masters through their religions and their Portuguese people. What they did in our land, they keep on doing, and up to today, they are bringing neo-colonialism in our land, using our people to conquer us, keeping us away from the reality of life. Today, India has launched their own space launch. Where is a black man? Where is Igbo man? Where is a Biafran space in this planet Earth? Are we just here to come and watch other people like television? We can't accomplish anything. Even the little ones we have, Nigeria has helped to destroy all of them. Do you want to tell me that if we have started the way our forefathers started, and even the Biafran war, after the war, the engineers we had then, the way they started, and it means they are still continuing in that trend till today, we would not even have industries all over Igbo land to develop our land. We don't even have a reason to travel to Lagos, to outside country for anything, because that thing you're looking for, Sokoto, is inside there in your house. You are living in a natural country. I don't think you have seen any auditorium or pastor crusade that has ever bring development to a society. You're using church auditorium where prayer camps to say this is what we develop our live. If that is the truth, the way we are a religious people, don't you think that our land will be the most developed in the world, because we have the highest prayer camp and churches in this world in Igbo land? But today, we are the bottomless at the bottom. And we are still fighting to bring ourselves from that mess. And you're using the opportunity because you have a platform. You have seen Jesus before Biafra. You believe in Jesus more than Biafra. We are not being sentimental. Biafra is our religion, and religion Biafra is what we worship. And that is the sanctity our leader has kept. Our leader never violated that rules. And you have no right, as somebody who is given opportunity to continue the legacy, to come and change it for us. We can't take it. So, you that is listening to me, I have the right to say what I'm saying this night, because I also is part of the movement, blood dead, registered and oath member.
Let me ask, if I may ask, who are you talking about even? Because in a
thank you. What if I have to say it the way it is, I can emboss you later because here we don't exaggerate. There is a program that was laid down on this platform in the morning.
But Mazi, let me ask this. This radio is people's parliament, is people's radio. Anytime I'm talking, I used to even invite people, I encourage people to call and oppose what I'm saying so that we have a civilized debate. Happily. But what used to baffle me is this. Like as you call, you are complaining in my platform. The person that is doing that, you don't have the courage to call. It's part of our problem also. Now you now complain. Why not pick a phone, call direct? If I am talking, even if I'm doing any program, I used to announce it, say, please, I am not Mr. Know Ye All. If you have opposing arguments, because Mazin Namdekanu put a standard that we the superior argument rules. Call here, call the number. I call the number. But when you leave, for example, you leave my platform, what I say now, you go another platform, start complaining what Mazi Jonathan say, for example. Does it make any sense at all? Whereas you have the right, the audacity, you call and say, Mazi, I don't agree. Look at my reason. It's not quarrel, it's not personal. Why should we be coward like this? And after all, the same character only complain. Upon now, cannot complain. Take on your name, if it is me, take a phone, call. That is the thing. That is what I solicit. That is what I'm saying.
Yes, you're right, You're right, Maz. Let me round up. See, on the aspect of calling, I can only call in. Why I'm calling in your program, because after your analysis and everything you've said, you gave chance, may pay line for people to call in. But when you're on a program and you know what you want to say, after saying it, you say there is no time to receive call, you end the program. I don't think I will be calling you private, or because what you said, you didn't say it private.
No, it's not private. Any other time, if the person come, call him. Talk it. People will hear.
We are not afraid of anybody.
Until you went there on air. That is how it should be. And I want people to do the same to me. You understand? I want people to. If you say you don't agree, what we are doing is we are not. Do I know you? You don't know me personally. We don't have any personal business. It's this struggle. So anything we are doing is not personal. It's the standard being set. The focus of where we are going. So if you disagree on what I'm saying, you call. Now we discuss. You can make points that strike, that I can learn from. Now, we debate it, we argue, and people will be listening. We will also be learning. That is symbiosis. It's mutual benefit. That is what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. In order not to debate, let me just round up. Our leader, Mazi Namdekano, has been freed by the court of competent jurisdiction, appeal court, and United Nations has also given their opinion. So anybody who is going to talk about signing shorty or anything, you are just being a useless fool that you have always been since we know you. Our leader is free, and the Nigerian system should obey their own court and release an innocent man so that he can go and take care of his family. Because you can't tell me that somebody who the court has set free for over 1 year now is still being kept in solitary confinement. This is injustice, and the world is pretending as if they are not seeing what is happening. We are here, and we will remain here until all of them will come and go, and justice must prevail. Our own case can never be different. Nambuko be true, and it will never end in our leg. We must have our freedom and develop our land the way we want it, and build our own civilization, our own indigenous way as a race. We are not cowards. We can never be cowards. Thank you, Mazi, for what you do for motherland.
Thank you very much. We must continue. We should learn how to I don't know. There is something also I see in us, and this is part of the thing we need to change. We are seeing debate. Sometimes some of us see debate as you are against me, or contrary opinion as you are against me. That is why we are not good in politics. You know, that is why we are not good in politics, and that is one bad aspect I see in. Let me say, these people, this is Christianity. They don't like debate. They don't like, exchange of ideas. No, they don't like it. It must be that thing they say is okay. They will not also call to say, Mazi, look, I don't know whether it is inferiority complex. Instead, when you go to where comments, you will see them writing rubbish. Take were phone, well, no person is going to chop you. Make your point. Now you allow another person, I will make my point. Now that is how people grow up. But we see debate, Martin Amdekano have been stressing on this. Debate or contrary opinion is not that I am against you or you are against me. No. We can be best of friends. But when it comes to certain debates or arguments, I differ with you. And we iron it out. After that, whenever it comes to our ordinary friendship, we continue what we are doing. That is how things go. That is how civilized people act. Not carrying everything personal as if, no, I don't want, if you talk like this, as long as you are opposing me. That is why, even in Igbo land, politics, they are Tibozobo. A governor candidate will try to go and kidnap the other one, his opponent, and kill him. Because we are not engaging in civilization at all. Like at the far back. Thinking that being against what I said, for example, opposing it means opposing me. No. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you are ignorant. Or maybe I that said it, I didn't get it right. So we correct each other, we make points. And you learn, I learn. That is how things move. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, good evening, Mazi.
Mazi, sorry,
good evening, Mazi,
let me also add this point. If you watch British Parliament in session, you say they can shout on themselves, talk, but immediately after the session, they go and start laughing with each other, shaking each other. Once it comes to work, that work debate, because that is their work, is their job. They can be highly, with all their forces. It doesn't mean they are fighting. This one will rise and say, no, this one, they will even woo you. Whoa. It doesn't mean that they have. After the session, once they hit the hammer, say the session is over, or for recess, you will see them talking to each other, laughing. That is how civilized the people act. But in our own, I bring any lenobi, only I say that my faith, only I say my. What are you the instigator? The first of person that have believe on something in this world? Why do we take all these things so personal? Why? Everywhere. Mazi, please continue. Caller on WhatsApp. Continue, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Chinedu. I appreciate your call. Mazi, I remain Mazi Emmanuel. I'm calling from Paris. At the special grace of Chukwu Kikabiama. I remain the Paris Zonal Coordinator. Mazi, I want to just appreciate our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the person and the servant who answered the call of Chukwu Kikabiama, who built up this very platform, the Radio Biafra, where we worship. We salute his courage. I want to salute the courage of the leadership of this very movement, the person of Mazi Chike Doziem and his leaderships. We appreciate them. And Mazi, just what I want to comment on is concerning the Pan-Africanism you just mentioned. because we cannot shy away from it. It is the topic of this very evening.